Hello and welcome to our final session of the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Sprint Championships. I'm Nick Findyson on commentary. With me this morning is Carly Marsh and Sian Whitaker.
Morning, guys. What an exciting lineup we have for you this morning. We have finalists from our 11 under category all the way through to our 19 and overs. They raced yesterday to qualify for today's event, so it's the top 10 in each event in each age group. The best of Victoria are ready to hit the water this morning.
This morning we will be starting with our girls 11 and under 50 metre butterfly. They will be up and racing first this morning, followed by all of our age groups through all the different strokes.
With finals, we see our fastest qualifier swimming out of the golden lanes in the middle. So Ali Wang was our quickest qualifier in a time of 31.88 yesterday. She'll be swimming out of lane 4. Keep an eye on that one. She's got about a 2-second lead on some of the girls in this race. So pretty awesome swim from her yesterday. We'll see if she can back it up this morning.
So we are underway here for our girls 11 years 50 metre butterfly. Nice even start across the field through that first 15 metres. Swimming nice and well in lane 2 is Sophie Lee. She leads through at the 20 metre mark, but now in the centre of the pool, Ellie Wang starting to assert her dominance, but not letting her get away as Mariella in lane 3. So it is lane 2, 3 and 4 who are going to battle it out for the medals here as we come underneath the flags. It is Ellie Wang who has pulled clear of the field and comes in to take out the title in a 32.23. Mariella in second, and getting into the touch for third is Angelina Shang. So our 11-year-old girls kicking us off nice and strongly there in the 50 butterfly before we move on to event 2, which will be the boys 11 and under 50 metre butterfly. I do tell you that a number of these swimmers will have had a look at what the girls have done and see if they can beat that time, because the girls have set a high standard for the boys to try and respond to here. So it'll be good to see where the action is.
Pretty fast times for 11-year-olds. And there's always that little bit of competition around this age group as well, the bragging rights.
For many of these athletes, it will be their very first state championship final. Getting that experience of being introduced to the crowd, getting that support, and then focusing in on their race and trying to execute what they've been putting together in training.
I especially love these 11 and unders because we get some 10-year-olds in there as well, which I think is just absolutely phenomenal. Those young guns trying to get up and beat the 11-year-olds. It's our age group that they've been working hard in training. We'll see what they can do here.
And we actually have so many of them within this race as we get underway. The 11 under 50 metre butterfly for boys. Up nice and quickly there, out in lane 7 was Bailey Stone. Had a really good underwater. Keep an eye on those middle lanes now, though. Lane 4 starting to push through George Zeng. Alongside him, Jacob Liu. They're going pretty much stroke for stroke. If anything, Jacob a slight edge with 10 metres left to swim. Also coming into the mix, William Zhang over in lane 2. Might be just Jacob. Can he hold on, time that finish onto the wall? And he gets there in a 32.73 to take out the 11-year-old. Second place goes to George Zeng and third to Lucas Kovac.
Great race there from our 11-year-old boys. Nice and close for those minor medals, as we expect over these 50-metre events. And the action keeps coming thick and fast as we now move along to event 3, which is our girls 12 years 50 metre butterfly.
Yesterday, Germana from Nunawading sneaking under that, well, not sneaking, she went 0.5 under that 30 seconds, which is just absolutely phenomenal for a 12-year-old. And I think that all of these young 12-year-olds in this next event would be also hoping to try and sneak under that 30 seconds.
It's definitely a massive achievement breaking the 30-second barrier, and to do it so young is really a phenomenal feat. Jemana had a really great state age championships a month ago back in December here in this same pool, so we know she can swim fast. She does come up in finals. She loves a race. So, and there's a few other girls in this heat that definitely we shouldn't discount as well, though. I think there might be some quick starts from some outside lanes here as well to keep an eye on.
Yeah, all 8 of the Victorians, they all swam fantastically in December at the Age Championships and backing it up here for our Sprint Championships here in January.
And our girls 12-year-old 50-metre butterfly is now underway. And Jemana, as we see there in lane 4, having a great start. Alongside her, Kiara and Amelia. But at the moment, it is Jemana that has taken the dominant lead on the rest of the field. Those minor medals, though, up for grabs. Jemana will touch the wall in a flying time of 28.62. Amelia 30.19 and Kiara 30.76. An absolutely flying 12-year-old girls 50-metre butterfly there.
Super dominant performance. She just looks so strong from the start of the race, and we'll probably continue to see that throughout this morning's finals session. If you can be that first person to the 15-metre mark, these events are over in less than 30 seconds for a lot of them. So it's a big margin to make up in the next 35 metres. You only have about 20 seconds, 19 seconds left of the entire race to catch, and if you've lost half a body length, it's really difficult.
And Jemana there did break her own Victorian age group record, so first Victorian under that 29-second barrier.
Absolutely phenomenal racing there from those girls as we now move on to our boys 12-year-old 50-metre butterfly. Again, I think this one is going to be a really great race. A couple of young boys under that 30-second mark. A couple very, very close to that 30-second.
And definitely an age group that loves the race here. Lots of action in the centre of the pool of some incredibly competitive individuals.
You could definitely say that. And with the only 0.1 separating these boys yesterday, now we put them side by side and the race really, it's on. And a lot of them will be looking at that time that Jemana's just gone and thinking, we better get ourselves into gear here.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, so Archie Smith and Andrew Wang, those two boys who went under the 30-second mark yesterday in the heats for our 12-year-old boys. Lachlan Bull, less than a tenth of a second behind them as well at right on that 30-second mark. So the action is going to be tight, and I don't think it's just contained to those three. I think there could be some others in contention as well here for our 12-year-old boys.
Yeah, if you head to those just slightly outside lanes, there's still not a lot between them. We know these sprint events can be super tight. We've seen races over the years where about 0.2 can separate an entire field of 10 athletes. So to be only 0.3 behind, it's less than half a stroke onto the wall. Anything can happen. With butterfly, it's all about the timing of the finish. So making sure by the time you get to those flags with 5 metres left to go, you know exactly where you are in the race and can absolutely nail that perfect touch and perfect timing onto the wall. And just speeding up that last stroke can be the difference between first and fifth in a sprint event.
Yeah, very important to be able to make that judgment at the flags or just before. You can't wait to your last stroke and suddenly expect to land on a full stroke. So you need to make sure you've made that adjustment prior to it, worked out, okay, I'm going to be slightly long, I'm good, I'm landing on a full stroke, or I'm going to be slightly short, so you can make that adjustment so on that last stroke, bang, onto the wall, carrying all that momentum at good speed can be the difference between a win and missing out on a medal completely.
We have our beautiful State Sprint Championship medals up for grabs today. Got a bit of a sneak peek look at some from yesterday in our relays, and they are looking pretty nice, so I wouldn't mind a few of my swimmers getting some around their necks this morning.
As we're underway here for our 12-year-old boys. And it is the centre of the pool who pops up in front with Archie Smith leading through that first 15 metres. Really strong underwaters once again from a South Gippsland Bass swimmer. He's holding that lead through that first 25 metres. Really close battle for second between Andrew, Ewan and Lachlan. So it does look like Archie is going to hold on to take the win, but that battle for second and third is super tight. So Archie Smith comes underneath the flags and takes it out in a 29.01. Lachlan Bull, fantastic finish on the wall to get second, with Andrew Wang in third.
5 athletes under that 30-second mark. So we knew it was going to be tight, and we're already seeing those close races start to sharpen up this morning as we move along. Our next event on the program will be the girls' 13-year-old 50-metre butterfly. Now, we've got another girl who's broken that 30-second barrier here, Haching Henrietta Wong. She goes by Henrietta or Hen. We saw her at Victorian State Age Championships as well in December. Really dominant performance, and I'm not surprised to see her swimming out of the middle lane here. Her stroke rates during the age championships in 100-metre and 200-metre events were super high, which tends to translate well into these sprint races.
Expect to see some fantastic underwaters from those lane 1, 2, 3 and 4. So Tiffany, Aria, Imogen and Henrietta have really been showing us how to work those underwaters. So they'll be having a little bit of a race within the race to who can get to the 15-metre mark first here for our 13-year-old girls.
And we talk about that first 15 metres being so crucial in a 50-metre race, and just talking about the underwaters, especially in butterfly, you're translating into the same kick. So it's really great to see these young swimmers capitalising their underwaters and their starts.
There's a quick reaction there as well from Lucy Ma. She's a great starter. That's put her into really good placing here. We've also seen Megan Lee come up very well early on in this race, but here comes Henrietta. She's pushing through the field. She does have that slightly higher stroke rate than the other girls, and it's just giving her that advantage. Also doing really well is Aria Went from Surrey Park over in 2, and Megan Lee coming up alongside Henrietta now into the touch there, but it will be Henrietta another time breaking that 30-second barrier to take the win there. 29.36, Megan Lee in second, 30.02, and Aria finishing in third, 30.11.
Yeah, so Henrietta used those strong underwaters, popped up in the lead, and no one caught her for the rest of the race.
Well, we've had some very tight races so far from our youngest age groups. We move on now to our boys 13-year-old 50-metre butterfly, and we sort of step up a little bit here. We go from talking about trying to get under that 30-second, and we've got in lane 4 here, Ishak, 27.5. So we go to that next level now. We go to the boys stronger, faster, and I'm really excited to see what they can produce this morning.
Obviously at 13, we start to see a few of them have those little growth spurts. They're bringing in their muscles. A lot of them will add some gym to their program, which translates really well into these sprint events. That little bit extra power, particularly in the butterfly. You'll see it's quite interesting. A lot of our elite and performance level athletes in the fly are opting to breathe more often than we used to see because they have the strength to be able to do it. So getting that extra oxygen can be helpful. I noticed a couple of the boys, breathing every one stroke or every second stroke, even over a 50, which we probably didn't see as much 10, 15 years ago. And that's where this comes into play. As you get that bit older, you get that bit more strength, you can really translate the stroke to make it your own.
And you definitely get that more experience. You've got a few more years of training under your belt, and whatever you've been practicing in training is definitely going to translate into the pool here, racing.
You can't expect to turn up on race day and do something that you haven't done at training. Although we
the coaches are so thankful for you saying that, Nick.
Although as athletes we all think we're amazing, sometimes we actually do need to practice it at training to expect to be able to execute in a race. Because what happens is in your racing you end up doing your worst habits under pressure or fatigue. So if you can make your worst habits good or excellent, then you'll be able to execute them in a race.
There's definitely no magic pill to replace hard work and good work on skills and technique, particularly when we talk about 50-metre races. Yesterday I spoke about the bookends of the 50 being the most important part, and so that's the start. That first 15 metres we classify as the start, and then the last 10 really is the finish. So half the race is skills.
And relatively relaxed and controlled from our 13-year-old boys. Sometimes see a little bit more emotion from a few of them, but they've obviously kept it relatively calm this morning without the individual camera in their face. Some of them have toned it down.
I was going to say there's some big personalities in this group as well. I think the race will certainly be on as we get underway here.
And our 13-year-old boys are off and racing. And it was a great start from the middle of the pool there. Hang Tang and Izak at the moment with 15 metres to go. It's the two boys in the middle, Hang Tang Wang and Izak. Hang Tang just got that little edge on Izak at the moment. It'll come down to that touch. Oh, extremely close by 0.01. Hang Tang got that 27.52, followed by Izak 27.53. And our bronze medal there goes to Aiden 28.03. That is by far the closest race we've seen so far this morning.
It was quite interesting as well. Han Tang looked like he had a really good advantage and just unfortunately mistimed the finish a little bit, but managed to hold on. So really lucky, I guess, in a sense that he could maintain that 0.01 lead. It was almost Ishak just on that incredible timed finish. And that can be the difference.
Yeah, it all comes down to those finer skills that we see in our 50 metres. When you get to that high level racing, it is won and lost by 0.01 of a second. And that can come down to reaction times off the block. We see some athletes going 0.6. If you can get it down to that 0.5, you can actually win your races by that 0.01 of a second.
As we now move along to our 14-year-old girls 50-metre butterfly. And again, expect the action all across the pool here. In the centre, Zara Jeffrey showed her speed yesterday in the heats, but the battle for the minor medals could come from the other 9 athletes here. So expect this race to be nice and tight as our 14-year-old girls pop up on the blocks. And it is Zara Jeffrey who uses that really strong underwater work to pop up at the 15-metre mark and lead through the first 25. Swimming really well alongside her is Madeline Harvey and Phoebe Balcombe. They're holding down second and third place, but there still is on for those minor medals as we've got 15 metres left to swim. Zara Jeffrey continues to extend in her leads, out to almost a half body length lead, and it is Zara who takes it out in a 28.67. Madeline Harvey in second and Phoebe Balcombe in third.
Talk about personalities behind the blocks, and I also love watching the girls and the boys at the end of the races. You know, we saw some really, really happy and victorious celebrations yesterday, some surprises from outside lanes with swimmers looking up at that board with the times and realising they've done massive personal bests. And I think that's always one of the most special moments in swimming, is when the hard work pays off.
And also what's really good to see is the congratulating your competitors. It's almost, I think some people almost are happier for the person in the lane beside them than they are for themselves. And they saw a time that they did or a place that they came. They understand that the work that they've put in, and they're really proud of their friend.
I think that's definitely something that Victorian swimming does extremely well. It's you celebrate your achievements, but you celebrate just as hard for your teammates, your competitors. At the end of the day, some of your best friends are made in swimming, and so I think we do that very well down here.
You're getting a bit choked up there, Sean.
I am. It's making me emotional.
It is true, though. Competitions like this, You get to spend an entire weekend with people who you don't see necessarily all the time from other clubs. We see those really great club relationships between athletes from different parts of the state. We have country athletes represented from all the way up in Mildura or down in Gippsland, and we all come together. And so, yeah, you might not have seen someone. We've just had Christmas and New Year's, and there's that excitement, and you get to hang out before the race and see what all your friends can do, and I think that's really special, dear.
Well, our next race, I think, again, it will be a really close one. Yesterday morning, we had 4 of the middle lane boys go under that 28 seconds. So no real leader here, so they get to all race here this morning.
As they are set, ready to go. Got a few teammates within the field here. We saw Melbourne Swimming Club go 1, 2, 3 in the first event of the morning. They'll be looking to try and repeat that effort. And it was a great start from Julian Birch out in lane 6. He had the early lead, but Leo Nolan starting to push his way up alongside now into that front position. It's a sea of swimmers, though, for that second place spot. Harry McCraw is just crawling his way back into the race, but looks to be Leo who will hold on for the touch there. 27.17. Harry goes second, 27.30. And Gabriel Wong finishes third, 27.42. And big celebration there from Leo Nolan with the win for the boys' 14-year-olds 50 butterfly.
I feel he may have put in a bit of practice on his celebration there. Well rehearsed. Double fist pump into the water. Executed the splash to perfection after a fantastic 50 butterfly there.
I don't think you can be a top-level sprint athlete without really wanting victories and wins in your bag. It's especially 50 fly, power event, powerful stroke. There's those little bit of egos that come into play. I think in all elite sport, there's going to be a little bit of that. If you don't want the win, you're not going to get it.
Definitely.
So we're now moving along to our 15-year-old girls in the 50 butterfly. So we saw a number of these girls across the 100 and 200 metre events at the age state championships in December. Now we're turning ourselves to the 50 metre sprint event. We know that Mia Bates is fantastic at the 200, but she loves to show speed in that first 50. So we'll see what she's got here in the opening 50.
And they are off and racing. And it was lane 6 there having the best of starts, Emerson, but up and stroking very quickly was Lucy Doyle. She looked absolutely amazing yesterday afternoon, and she is leading the way here. Trying to challenge her, though, Mia Bates, but it will be Lucy Doyle who gets the win here. 28.93. I have a feeling maybe we had a bit of a touchpad mishap there. I thought Mia had second there, so we'll get Hawkeye to get the official results there. Coming in third, Chloe Burke, 30.19.
And that is one of the great things about the technology we have at Swimming Victoria. We developed that ourselves, the Hawkeye technology, which is our backup timekeeping system and also our video refereeing system. So we not only do we have the referees on pool deck and officials on pool deck, but we have some watching in real time on the screens to make sure that swimmers are adhering to the rules. And just like the referees on pool deck, they have to see it in real time. They don't get to slow-mo it down and watch it 27 times. They have to pick up the infraction in real time, as well as Hawkeye using the technology to work as our backup timekeeper.
I think it's great to have some of the leading technology in the world that we're showcasing and utilising for an event where we start at 11-year-olds. So even our junior athletes we have touchpads now, we have these incredible starting blocks, we have backstroke ledgers and Hawkeye timing systems, as well as our incredible live stream through KO Freebies and on our Swimming Victoria YouTube, that not only after your swim can you go back and have feedback from your coach, but you can actually re-watch the race and you can see that feedback
Yes, and I've already spoken to a number of athletes before we started this morning who have already watched their heat swims yesterday and commented on things that we'd picked up, they may have picked up. So that obviously not only do you use it as a product to watch and for entertainment, but a lot of the swimmers are using it as a feedback tool as well, which is great.
Yeah, we know that our top level swimmers get that weekly, but it's really great for our 11-year-olds, 12-year-olds, 13-year-olds, or even some of our older athletes exposed to something like that. You know, that never came in for us sitting here until we were 17, 18.
Or retired.
So I think that, you know, being able to, it's so exciting for not only the parents to sit there and watch it with their kids, but also the athletes at that young age to sit there and go, wow, I was doing that today, and be also reenact their achievement that they may have just had.
And it's all the way up to our most experienced athlete who were doing it, because I was speaking with Tara Kinder, and she was very impressed with how she'd managed to maintain her stroke rate in her 50 backstroke heats yesterday.
Now, speaking of maintaining stroke rate, I think that's exactly what you'll be seeing from this next race. The boys' 15-year-olds butterfly underway here, and the swimmer in lane 4 is renowned for that high-level stroke rate here, Bart Aporowicz from Melbourne Swimming Club. He's up early, already leading us through half a body length ahead at the 25. It was a really nice beginning there from Lemuel Janasa over in lane 1. The swimmer from Nunawading. He's trying to hang in there for a minor medal as Lachlan Gilbertson tries to come up alongside Bart, but Bart 26.14, he'll take out this race. Lachlan finishes second, 26.86, and Terence Tang finished in third there, 27.23.
So we're now going to move along to our 16-year-old girls 50-metre butterfly, getting through the action nice and quickly here for our final session of our 2025 Mattioli Victorian Sprint Championships. Again, expect a nice tight race across the field. Rihanna Chen was our fastest qualifier as the only athlete under that 29-second mark. Georgia and Jessica joined her under 30 seconds, then the rest of the field on that 30 points. So we're going to have a tight race across the field where a number of our swimmers are in contention for some medals here. So underway here for our girls 16 years, 50 butterfly. And we surface, it is the middle of the pool, Rihanna Chen and Jessica Whiting who lead through that first 15 metres. Jessica's maintained that speed at the 25 to just sneak ahead of Rihanna. So at the 35-metre mark, those two remain in 1-2 with Grace Cox trying to challenge for that third place with Georgia Hyde. But it is all Jessica Whiting and takes it out in a nice time of 28.22. Rihanna Chen in second and Georgia Hyde in third.
Really happy for Jess there. Great swim, big smile on her face at the finish line. And one of our country athletes, we do have our Victorian Country Championships coming up next weekend up in gorgeous sunny Mildura. So I'm looking forward to heading up there for some fast racing. We know a lot of these country athletes are already on and performing early in the season. So really exciting to see what they can come back and do next weekend as well.
And just like the Mattioli Victorian Sprint Championships, our Mattioli Victorian Country Championships will be streamed live across KO and the Swimming Victoria YouTube channel, so make sure you check that out next week.
Yeah, our country athletes showing their toughness, backing up, coming down here. Some, travel hours on end to come down and sprint, and then follow up next weekend back in Mildura, coming from all over the state. It's not just, obviously, the people that live in Mildura. We've got them travelling from Melbourne, from Gippsland, all those places to come in and compete 2 weekends in a row.
Yeah, swimming isn't for the lighthearted.
But they're used to it.
We're the toughest sport in the world, aren't we? And very non-biased.
Non-biased at all. Well, we move on to our boys 16-year-old 50-metre butterfly here, and in the middle of the pool, the action is hot and fast. There's a lot of 26s I can see on the program here. Owen Kruger in lane 4 dropping a 25.82 yesterday afternoon, so we'll see what these swimmers can do. And having a great start there, lanes 4 and 5, Owen and Max. As I said, in the middle of the pool is where the action's going to be. Owen Kruger just coming through nicely. Now over in lane 0, Lucas Chen also having a great swim. It will be Owen who touches first, 25.69, followed by Max, 26.33. A massive celebration there from Owen. And getting the bronze medal there, George Huang, 26.59. A close race there from those boys, especially those minor medal placings. Some great finishes.
Yeah, and that battle for third was incredibly tight. About 4 athletes within 0.2 of a second. All about getting those hands on the wall on their finish. As we move along to our girls, 17 years, 50-metre butterfly. Once again, expect the racing to be nice and tight across the field here. Courtney Munge in the centre of the bull, set the speed with a 29.1, but Olivia Bailey out in lane 9, just a second behind her on those entry times that they set in the prelims yesterday.
Yeah, there's not a lot separating these girls, and I'm really interested to watch this race because I think a few of them can go a little bit faster today. I spoke to a couple of the girls yesterday. They had a bit of a laugh about the heats yesterday. A lot of them have just come off a break, so hopefully a bit of adrenaline this final will really push them through as they come up. And Courtney had a really great longer underwater there. She's come out flying, but it was a fast start from our visitor in lane 3, Grace Doherty. What a fantastic afternoon she had as well in our heats. Good start there, good middle of the race from Stella Salamoni and her counter Isabella Osborne from MLC. And it looks like Izzy's going to get the touch here. So 28.60. Courtney finishes in second, 28.83. And Judy Hussein Aman finishes in third there, 29.04.
Yeah, Judy was probably a little bit behind Stella in that battle for the third place coming into the wall, but made sure she committed to a fast last stroke. Was a little bit short, but that was the difference to get her hand on the wall just ahead of Stella in that battle for bronze.
And that comes with the experience. You know, we've gone through to 17-year-olds now. They've been doing a hell of a lot more 50 butterflies than our 11-year-olds, and Judy knowing exactly and trying to time, or this works better for me, and we saw that just then.
Yeah, as a general rule, the shorter stroke onto the wall is probably better than the long glide. So if you haven't been able to land on that full stroke, that shorter stroke is normally the quickest way to get your hands on the wall rather than glide. Because that's what it feels like when you commit on that last stroke and go, oh, that wall is not as close as I would like.
That's what it looks like too. I think all the coaches on the edge of the pool just with their head in their hands. And, you know, it's always your swimmer who you tell every time at training, finishes, hit the wall on a full stroke, hit the wall on a full stroke. And then sometimes it's a good learning opportunity to show them afterwards that, hang on, this actually can cost you.
And I also know what I'm talking about.
As we're now moving along to the boys, 17 years, 50 butterfly. Jan Berger in lane 6 making his comeback from a bit of an injury that caused him to miss age states in December. He did join us for a few minutes on the commentary team there as we have the boys, 17-year-olds, on the blocks. And Darcy comes up right at the 15-metre mark in lane 4 and does lead through that first 15 metres. He's holding that lead with Dimitri now through the 25. Those two going stroke for stroke. Also going with them is Thomas Sutherland in lane 3. It does look like the medals might be between those three centre lanes, but also swimming well is Tjarnberger in 6. The battle for the lead is going to be taken out by Dimitri in 25.70. Darcy in 2nd and Thomas Sutherland getting the touch for 3rd. Nice swim under that 26 barrier there, 25.7. Pretty quick swim for our 17-year-old boys.
Some very fast, close swimming we have seen already this morning as we move on now to our girls' 18-year-old 50-metre butterfly. We've only got 8 swimmers.
Yeah, 18 years old. It's quite a tough age group to maintain your training level. A lot of these guys will have just finished year 12 last year, maybe had a little bit of a celebration, often take a break around that time, particularly with Christmas and New Year, and reset themselves up. A lot of them may be starting uni this year, so really just trying to get themselves on track, work out what they want to do for their future. And I think it's really great just to have them back swimming at this event so early in the year.
Yeah, definitely a lot of these girls have just finished year 12, and I think it's really great to see them swimming here. Some fast times yesterday afternoon. The action should be in the middle of the pool here as we get underway. And it is Mia Yao and Alana Torrance that have come up quick off that 15 metres up and stroking, leading at the 25-metre mark, along with lane 2, Skylar Hay. It is Alana Torrance all the way at the moment, but those Mia, Skylar and Haruka battling for those minor medals. It will be Alana 28.01, Mia 28.7 for Haruka, 28.83, and our third Victorian there, Skylar Hay, 29.37.
So we are starting to reach the end of our butterfly events for the final session of our 2025 Mattioli Victorian Sprint Championships. And what has been good to see, and I do know that the age groups will be looking at it, they are always looking at that age group in front of them and making sure that they set a time that's faster than their younger competitors. The older athletes definitely take pride in making sure, oh no, we are still faster. And so far it has been the case, but this is where it starts to get a little bit tighter and tougher.
Yeah, I'm just looking at our next event, our boys 18-year-olds 50 fly, and it is close.
I'm just having a great laugh at a couple of our 2 fastest qualifiers being some of the fastest breaststrokers in the country. I think that's pretty awesome.
But it's not that surprising because breaststroke and butterfly are power strokes. So it's especially over a 50-metre distance. I think that's the misconception about breaststroke, that it's a long, smooth, relaxed stroke. It's actually a really powerful stroke, especially over the 50-metre distance. So it's not a surprise. It's not a surprise that Joshua, Jacob, contend in this 50-metre butterfly.
Yeah, I also think there's definitely a misconception that if you do breaststroke, you just do breaststroke. And if you do butterfly, freestyle, backstroke, you don't do breaststroke. So it's actually...
For some.
So it's nice to see some of these boys getting out there and excelling in butterfly as well as their breaststroke.
Yeah, we won't talk about breaststrokers on either side of me, but we'll...
We all have our strengths. I think, though, now in particular, our breaststroke stroke has changed so much, and we're seeing a lot more athletes with a really narrow breaststroke kick, which is becoming a lot more like butterfly. There's more hips involved. A lot of them use fly kick as a training tool. You also get to use a butterfly kick in the underwater element of the breaststroke, that split stroke, which in a 50 can be absolutely crucial to the race finish. And so it looks like the boys are ready to go here. Lachlan Chan looked fantastic yesterday. Keen to see what he can do. Daniel not too far behind, and off the start, once again, those centre lanes really showcasing dominance. Lachie Chan up racing early and quickly there. He's got a nice low stroke. Daniel with a higher stroke rate, though, is just pulling ahead, and still in the mix is Jacob Nimmo over in lane 3. Also coming at him, Joshua Wilkinson in 2, so a blanket onto the touch, and it will be Daniel who takes it out, 25.88. Josh Wilkinson touches second there, 25.89. Only 1/100th once again separating that first and second, and Nimmo picks up third, 26.24.
Yeah, with 5 metres to go, it did look like Joshua Wilkinson had got in front, but he was just fractionally long on that last stroke, and that probably ended up costing him the win over Daniel.
Yeah, Daniel with that slightly higher rating could just spin the arms over on that last stroke and really nail that finish. And yeah, it was a great swim from them. It was super, super close for third and fourth as well in there too. Only 6/100ths between the boys there.
Yeah, I was watching Jacob Nimmo's finish there, and he had the full stroke. He actually had quite a good finish over the fourth place there. So I think that's what got him on the wall and got that third medal.
As we're now moving on to the greatest age group, the 19 and overs. So it's the girls up first. A good range of ages here in our 19 and over category. And it is our Australian Dolphin, Tara Kinder, who pops up in the lead through the 15 metres, trying to go with her as Nazia and Alana. So it does look like it's a race in 4, 5 and 6. Nazia is coming really strong in this second 25, so popped up in second place, but is swimming past Tara Kinder in the second 25 here. They've come together with 5 metres to go, all about the finish, and Tara does get her hand on the wall first. Nazia in second, and Mana getting the touch ahead of Alana for third.
Tara opting for that breath every stroke, even in the flags. She has the experience there to know that that works for her.
And also as a 200-metre individual medley swimmer and 400-metre individual medley swimmer,
You got to breathe.
she's probably more common with doing that. I don't think in a 400 IM she goes down and does the first 25 without a breath, because that would pay for it later.
I was going to say that would be impressive if she did.
I was thinking it would be painful, but
Or maybe a bit dumb.
So we're now going to move on to our boys 19 and over 50-metre butterfly.
now this will be a bit different race here. We also have Nicholas Leighton in lane 5. So one of our multi-class athletes competing in the able bod. And then he'll be coming back in about 3 races' time. So we'll get out from this one and probably walk straight back to the starting line to race the multi-class 50 fly, backing it up. But he's also one of our deaf athletes, so he'll be using the light on the start. So normally we expect their reaction times to be a little bit slower because you're having to wait and turn your head to see that light at the beginning. Makes it a little bit of a different race here as well.
Yeah, we know Nick Leighton loves his 50-metre butterfly, and I'm sure he's looking forward to doing 2 in a row.
I think
or maybe he's not.
if he could just do 50-metre butterflies all day, I think he'd choose to do that.
And he does them so well. He is the world record holder in his classification for the 50 fly. So I'm expecting him to go pretty fast. I think yesterday he looked like he had a bit of a cruisy day in a lot of his races, and I'm keen to see what he can do this morning.
Yes, well, he backed up. When he did his race, he did his 50 fly, and then he backed up and did his 50 fly again. He also did that in the backstroke and the freestyle. So he had 6 50s yesterday, not 3.
Just showing everyone else up.
And he probably is the favourite here.
As our 19-year-old boys are away in the water now, and it is Nick Leighton and Ewan Smith up, stroking there fast. And there's not much in it at the moment. It looks as if Nick is slightly ahead, but Ewan Smith starting to try and make a move here. They are going stroke for stroke. It'll be who can get their hand, and it is Nick Leighton by 0.01, 25.16, followed by Ewan 25.17, and our third place there goes to Cameron Bladen, 25.52.
Yeah, Nick did use his length of arms over Ewan there. If you compare them standing side by side, Ewan's not the tallest athlete in the world, and so it may have looked like he was slightly ahead with 5 metres to go, but Nick at 6'5" did, and with long arms.
So about my height.
Oh, yeah. Had a slight advantage over Ewan on that finish there. But both 25.1s from both of them, that's really strong swimming.
And it's also the third race of the day in just our butterfly events that first and second have been separated by 0.01. 1/100th. Now, if you grabbed a stopwatch right now and tried to stop it within 0.01, it's pretty much, you can't do it. There's absolutely nothing in that. It's a fingernail.
So we're now moving on to our multi-class butterfly for our women's. We have 2 heats. The finals are split up into our younger age groups and our older age groups. We're underway here for our youngest age groups first, our 15 and under category.
Yeah, so this is what we're calling our B final and then our A final for our older athletes here in the multi-class. Now, if you tuned in yesterday, you'll probably have a better understanding of how these races work, but basically each athlete in this field has a classification. Their time at the conclusion of this race is compared to the world record in that classification, and there's a point system designed to make sure that it's fair across each of those categories, and whoever gets the closest to the world record is the winner. So within this particular race, there are a couple of athletes the same classification. That means it'll be first person to touch the wall. In this particular example, Evie Lee, she was the fastest one there for the S19s, so she'll have the highest point score for those guys. But the other classifications, we'll have to wait and see those point scores. So we don't really know the results. We have to wait eagerly on the edge of our seats to see and listen for those to come through.
Yes, it does take a bit of a maths genius to be able to, when you touch the wall, know how many points you've scored. So, although some of those multi-class athletes get pretty good at working out roughly where they've finished based on previous experience.
They'll also know based on yesterday. So whatever times they swam yesterday, they will have seen their point score. If they've gone faster, they'll know they have a slightly higher point score. If they've obviously gone a little bit slower today, then that point score is going to be a little bit lower. As we move on to our A final, this is our 16 and over category, and we've got Sarah Howe in lane 4 leading us through. Sarah, I love to point out to all of my swimmers, she always keeps that head down, flags the wall. Beautiful swim there by her, 33.83 to touch first in our A final. And we'll wait for those results to come through later when they announce our medalists.
Sarah just going slightly faster than she did yesterday, which is great to see back up and come here this morning to go faster. Obviously recovered well and here to do a job.
And getting it done.
Definitely getting it done. Now, we've just seen our women 50-metre butterfly multi-class, so we move on to our men 50-metre butterfly multi-class. Again, we're split here, our B final being our 16 and under and our A final 17 and over. And it's great to see our 17 and over A final not only has a full field of 10 athletes, but we also have an alternate. So it's just great to see the depth of athletes here in these two events.
Yeah, it was a very competitive final to make. Obviously with a world record holder in the centre of the pool in that A final being Nicholas Leighton. As we now move along to the B final.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see what Nick can actually back up. I wrote down his time, 25.16, so we'll see how close he can actually get to doing that time again.
Yeah, so yesterday he was about 0.3 slower. So we'll see if he can reduce that margin on the second swim today.
Now these junior athletes here, our youngest one in the field, just 10 years old, which is pretty exciting. It means they've got a really great future up ahead of them. And we're getting athletes starting really young, learning these skills and having the opportunity to come along and meet people like Nick who are world record holders.
Yeah, so Blake is our 10-year-old athlete out of lane 1 here from Traralgon. And in the A final, there's a 32-year-old athlete. So he's got at least another 22 years in the sport, at least, as we underway here. In our B final, it is the centre of the pool with Lockie in lane 5, just ahead of Minzy and Eli. So it's a nice three-way race here. Minzy and Lockie, both S14 athletes, so they're having that head-to-head battle. And it will be Ming who touches the wall first in 32.20. Ahead of Andrew, Lockie strong finish. Eli with a strong finish as well. Coming into the wall now in lane 7, Levi Jarrett, an S19 athlete from South Gippsland Bass at 12 years old. And we've got one more athlete to round out our field here in our B final. That is our 10-year-old from Traralgon, Blake, in the S9 category. So him and Eli, we're having a head-to-head race here. So two of our country swimmers, and it is Blake who comes into the wall, taking off 3.5 seconds from his swim yesterday.
I think yesterday he also did some massive drops in time. So his improvement is just exponentially increasing across this weekend.
And I think the other great thing about this multi-class races is even though they're racing the time and they actually also get the opportunity to race themselves. They might be in different classifications, but at the end of the day, when you get in a pool, you want to beat the person next to you. So this is the great thing about these races.
So now we're moving along to our A final of the men's 50-metre butterfly multi-class. The favourite to get to the wall first is definitely Nicholas Layton. And being a world record holder, you'd expect him to win the gold medal, but he will need to swim nice and fast to make sure that point score is nice and high at the conclusion of this race.
As expected, Nick has come up well ahead of the rest of the field. But looking really strong next to him as well, James Logan in lane 3, Benjamin Wills in lane 5. And I don't know about you, but I'm pretty impressed with that by Nick. Slightly faster than his previous 50 fly. So I think he's quite happy with it, as well as our rest of our athletes make their way to the wall. A great, strong swim from all of our athletes there. Some nice big smiles and some congratulations. Lovely to see between our boys.
It's a very subdued celebration, wasn't it? I'm so used to those big splashes, and he gave a little bit of a nod to the crowd, a little thumbs up, and then shook hands with James Logan next to him.
Yeah, a few people he pointed out. It's more of an internal celebration than the action-packed celebrations that we have been seeing so far. As we've now concluded our butterfly action, as we're moving along to event 22, the girls 11 and under 50-metre backstroke. So we're moving on to the best stroke by a 2-1 vote.
Not biased at all.
I feel outnumbered.
I'm actually not sure I ever said it was the best stroke, so. But we do love a little bit of backstroke.
It makes for an interesting race. It's
It
a lot
does.
more difficult to see the other athletes you're competing against. So it almost becomes internalized of, I think you just panic the whole race thinking that everyone's ahead of you. Maybe that was just my strategy.
No, definitely. You can really only see the arm strokes if they are slightly behind you or directly next to you, and it's only the 2 lanes beside you. You cannot see the rest of the field.
As we get underway, the 11-year-old age group here, 1 10-year-old in there, so well done to Sadia Zhao in lane 0, but it was a really, really nice start from some of those outside lanes. Claire Zhang was really great off the underwater, as was Ali Wang out in lane 9. But here come those middle lanes, the golden lanes. Victoria Dang in 4, pushing her way through into the lead, and she just continues to extend it with 5 metres left to swim. The race is on for second. Erin Sun has moved herself into second, and it looks like third is going to go to Cadence Power. Kahika Lewis there. So Victoria Dang, 33.91, takes out the 11-year-old's 50 backstroke.
There were some really beautiful backstroke strokes in there for those 11 and under girls. I'm loving seeing the beautiful display of technique that we've got in these girls, and you can see that they are winning the races.
Yeah, having that technique is super important. In a 50-metre event, sometimes we forget about that because we're just all about wanting to get to the other end as quickly as possible and we rush. But if you look at those technically fantastic swimmers, they're holding the water, they're being long, they're being powerful, they're being streamlined, and that's getting them down the other end faster than everyone else.
And we were speaking a little bit about this yesterday, finding that magic spot of stroke rate but also holding the water. And sometimes we see athletes that come in and move their arms so fast, but they're actually not holding that much water, and that's the art of sprinting. I think it's finding that middle ground of making sure you're strong and powerful, but moving your arms over quickly.
Yeah, one of the best sort of statements that I've kind of continued to use with my athletes that I heard as a junior was grip, don't slip. And that comes definitely into play. It's about getting that speed, but you have to hold water. There's no point in having a stroke rate of 70 and not moving.
So that aim is, and by holding water, it means where your hand enters, you then swim past your hand, and your hand exits at the same spot in the water, but your whole body is now moved beyond your hand. As we're now moving on to our boys 11 and under 50 metre backstroke. And once again, expect some nice tight races. So we've got a bit of a race for the gold medal in the centre lanes between Ryder and Ethan, both who hit the 35-second mark in yesterday morning's heat session. And then the rest of the field, we're all in that 37 mid-range. So that battle for the bronze could be tight.
Yeah, really exciting stuff. Ethan is only 10 years old. So he's one of the younger athletes in this field. If we hold this event at the same date next year, he'll be able to race once again in this same age category. So I think it would be a pretty impressive feat if he could get his hand on the wall first and then try and reclaim his title in the exact same event in a year's time.
And he will be in the same category because next year the Mattioli Sprint Championships will be held in November. So
we actually get 2 this year.
Yeah, we get a bonus Sprint Championships.
The distance athletes are loving that.
So underway here for our 11-year-old boys. And staying under the water the longest is Ethan Ma. So our 10-year-old athlete showing the 11-year-olds how to work those strong underwater dolphin kicks. He popped up in the lead, but now coming alongside him is Ryder. So those two have cleared out from the rest of the field, but also swimming super fast in lane 1. Andril Chan. He's challenging for the gold medal, let alone the bronze, but Ryder is holding on to that slight lead underneath the flags and takes it out in time of 34.96. Ethan in second and Andril in third.
And that's what can happen in these finals. Those outside lanes, if you've got a lane, you've got a chance. You know, you're still in the mix, and a little bit of adrenaline goes a long way.
He's taken 2 seconds off from his swim yesterday, and I can almost guarantee yesterday probably took another 2 seconds off.
That's what happens when you're 11. Gets less and less when you get a bit older. I would have been happy with anything that was 0.01 under a PB by the time I was 21.
Or within a second of a PB.
Well, yeah, correct.
I think at this point I'd be happy to make 50 metres of backstroke.
We move on now to our 12-year-old girls' 50-metre backstroke. We now see some names that we've already seen this morning as they back up from one stroke to the next. Jemana obviously flew in that butterfly race. We'll see what she can do here. In the middle of the pool, Zoe Macaulay from DVE. She's the only one that's dropped under that 33. And then it's pretty tight between the middle lanes there after her. So we'll see what these girls can do.
Yeah, all three athletes who medalled in the butterfly have come back for round 2 in the backstroke. And Zoe Macaulay looking to be backstroke more her specialty. So she'll be looking to try and claim a gold medal here as we come off the start. There was a long underwater there from Jemana Fahmy. She was so powerful in the start in the butterfly, so she's converted it over into backstroke. Kira Delaney, that higher stroke reach, she's starting to push her way through into the front. Zoe Macaulay, really good 200-metre swimmer, and she's starting to make a bit of a move here. It is still Jemana in the lead. Zoe just behind, and Kira looks to be sitting in third. I think those girls will go 1, 2, 3. Forgive me, great finish from the other side of the pool to pick up an equal third place there. Jemana maintains the win from the start to the finish, 32.62. Zoe Macaulay grabs second, 32.67. And on 33.06, both Maya Zhang and Amelia Luo just got that finish timing to perfection there.
Yeah, I'm absolutely loving seeing these girls back up and go faster than they did yesterday morning. They obviously had to back up yesterday morning, and they've done it again today, and to continually get faster and faster is super impressive.
So that is our first dead heat for a medal this morning. I wouldn't be surprised if we have a couple more as we're going through. So it took till event 24. When will the next dead heat happen?
I mean, looking at our next event, I don't think it's going to happen for first. Our leader, Archie Smith, in lane 4 was almost 4 seconds ahead of the other boys. So a really dominant performance, you could say, for our 12-year-olds yesterday in the heats. Those boys for second, though, that is going to be a good race here.
Yeah, so Archie was the only athlete under that 30-second mark, which was incredibly impressive. But he is still chasing the Victorian age group record at a 28.91 set in 2010 by none other than Nicholas Grunwald. So that was a very impressive swim by Archie to go sub 30. He's got a little bit more work to chase down Nick and that state record.
That kind of showcases how good some of our Victorian athletes have been over years. We were going back 15 years now to 2010, and that hurts me to say, but if you compare that time, he's almost a second faster again, which in a race like this could be almost 2 arm strokes. So you're looking at over a metre in front once again, and Archie has that lead. He's sitting at a 29, and no one else broke 33 in our heats. It's a pretty dominant swim, and to think he could have been a metre behind our record holder is pretty much crazy.
And we are underway now with our boys, 12-year-olds. And up and stroking as expected is Archie Smith. Lachlan Bull next to him also had a good start. But as we mentioned, it is all Archie Smith. Those minor medals, though, it is between 2 or 3 athletes here. It looks to see like Lachlan Bull and Ethan Carr. 29.67 there for Archie Smith. He's gone slightly faster than he did yesterday morning, and great to see our minor medals dipping under that 33 seconds. Lachlan Bull there, 32.53, and Ethan Carr rounding out the bronze, 32.66.
Yeah, so strong swim there from Archie. He did look like he was stuck on the lane rope, so that cost him a little bit of speed, and then a little bit long on his finish. So he's still got a little bit of improvement to come there. Maybe that record isn't out of reach. Nick Gronwald must be starting to worry. Henry Allen took one down in December. Archie Smith's lining up another one. We might not have Nick Gronwald in the record books for much longer.
I think Victorians have been so dominant at breaststroke for years. It's really incredible to see this group of young backstrokers starting to come through, and it's kind of interesting how you almost have these full groups of age groupers. They come through together with strengths, and you know, the tide rises all ships, or however the saying goes.
As we now move along to the 13-year-old girls 50-metre backstroke. Once again, expect to see some strong underwaters here from a number of our athletes in this final. There could be leads coming from all the way from lane 3 to lane 9 at that 15-metre mark. And it is in lane 9, Ariel, who leads at that 15-metre mark with a really strong underwater work. Also swimming well is Tiffany and Henrietta in the centre of the pool. Megan Lee in lane 5's now come up alongside Henrietta, and those two lead with 15 metres to go. So it is going to be a race between Henrietta and Megan as they're going stroke to stroke with 5 metres left to go. Together onto the wall, and it is going to be Megan Lee who gets the touch ahead of Henrietta Wong, with third place going to Tiffany Miette. So Henrietta popped up just ahead of Megan. She held that lead for about 49.5 metres, and then on the touch, Megan hit it on a perfectly full stroke to just touch out Henrietta.
That was really anyone's at that point. As they came under the flags, those girls I couldn't split them. I thought I saw one arm going over, not two.
And we could see that happen again. The boys 13-year-olds here. This is one of our events earlier on, the butterfly, split by 1/100th of a second between Hantang and Ishak. So those two boys backing it up here again. We've got Aiden Ramos as our fastest qualifier at a 29.2. And then a couple of the boys sitting around that 30-second mark. But we saw Hantang drop a massive, massive amount in the butterfly. So I would never count any of these guys out of the race. We could be getting action from all over here.
And they're definitely camera performers in this heat. They've just, as they haven't got the camera on their individual faces, they've calmed down compared to December. A little bit more focused on their own lane, not on their artistic performance before the event starts.
There's a few of these guys looking very, very serious behind the blocks here. So I think we're on for some pretty quick swims. I would like to see a couple more of these guys sneak under that 30-second barrier. Ishak was only 0.05 off it yesterday. A bit of adrenaline pumping after the butterfly race. Hopefully they've all done their swim down and prepared accordingly for this one. And away they go. Was a quick reaction from Aiden Ramos in the centre lane. And he's had one of the better starts in the pool. Ishak just narrowly ahead of him off the beginning, but Aiden absolutely powering through this first 25. You can just see the way he's attacking that hand entry each time, trying to connect early on the stroke. Ishak sitting alongside him on his hip, but this race has all been Aiden Ramos. He's going to take it out there in a 28.81. Ishak finishes in second, 29.63, and Chris Zhu 30.55 to pick up the bronze medal.
Really strong swimming there from our 13-year-old boys. Under that 29-second mark from Aiden to take out the state title here at the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Sprint Championships. As we're moving quickly along to event 28, the girls 14 years 50-metre backstroke. Once again, expect action aplenty in the centre of the pool. Madeline, Azia, Zara, ×2. And Phoebe, definitely all in with a chance in this 50-metre backstroke final for our 14-year-old girls.
And we're off now with our 14-year-old girls 50-metre backstroke. And it was a long underwater there from Zara. And up and stroking nice and fast now is Asia and Madeline Harvey. And it is the three girls in the middle of the pool at the moment. Asia slightly ahead now, pulling away. Zara trying not to let her get too far, to be a battle there for the second and third place. And it will be Asia 30.60, followed by Zara 31.06. And the bronze medal there goes to Madeline Harvey, 31.22.
Yeah, really strong swimming there in the centre of the pool from Fong, Sutton and Olawani, battling it out for that gold medal in our 14-year-old girls 50-metre backstroke. As we now move along to our 14-year-old boys 50-metre backstroke. Once again, it will be a competitive age group in our 14-year-old boys. We saw Liam put in a good swim from Campbell Grammar Aquatic, going sub-29. Oliver joined him, with Campbell not far behind as well. So the centre of the pool is where the action will be for our boys 14 years 50 backstroke, as there are our three athletes under that 30-second mark in yesterday's heat session.
We saw these guys have some really great races at age championships in December. They love to be really competitive. It's always interesting coming to sprints because a few different things come into play. You know, we get to see them at states. Their events start at 100 metres for our form stroke, so we do our 100 backstroke and our 200 backstroke. When you bring it down to 50, those skills so much more important, that stroke rate. But I'm really enjoying seeing a lot of these athletes switching into the 50s because we saw them do so well in the 200 back. Campbell Mills, great 200 backstroker there. We've got Harry McCraw, 200 butterflyer. So a lot of these guys swimming those longer events and then coming here and still being super competitive and in centre lanes in a final of a 50 backstroke.
Okay, so now our 14-year-old boys are hitting the water for our final of our 50-metre backstroke. Staying under the water the longest was Liam Paulson in lane 4. He came up alongside Oliver in lane 5. Oliver's just holding on to a slight lead through the 25. Also swimming well in lane 3 is Campbell Mills. So it is the centre of the pool that will contest the medals as expected, with Christopher Lee challenging for that bronze medal in lane 6. Oliver has now taken over the lead, and if he gets his hand on the wall well, which he does, he takes out the state title in 28.91, just 1/100th of a second ahead of Liam Poulsen, with Campbell Mills in third.
Another race separated by 1/100th of a second. It seems to be the theme of the morning, really. These first and second placed athletes, absolutely nothing separating them.
And definitely some tired bodies getting out of the water at the end of the 50 backstroke. I genuinely believe the 50 backstroke's the only 50 you can feel genuinely puffed at the end of.
I was waiting for you to say that. I'm pretty sure the 50 butterflies might disagree.
Maybe I could just never rate up enough to get tired.
I just think there's such an art to 50 metre swimming. We talk about, in 50 metre freestyles, trying not to breathe the whole 50, which personally I think is a bit harder than lying on your back.
As the girls get ready to go here for the 15-year-olds. Our 50 butterfly winner, Lucy Doyle, swimming out of lane 3, but Zara Reynolds had a fantastic race in the heats yesterday coming into this final. The only girl on that 30-second mark was a long underwater from lane 5, Mia Roberts there. Here comes Zara. We saw the same thing in her heat. She didn't have the best start on the underwater, but she just travels so well. She really nails that connection, that grip, don't slip. Slightly slower on the stroke rate than the other girls, but more powerful. And she's going to take the win here quite comfortably. 30.53 for Zara. Mia in second, 31.68. And Emma Grave over in lane 2 sneaks her hand on the wall for that third place, 32.47.
I think Zara's stroke is a great example of a backstroke stroke. She's got such a nice long stroke. She keeps her head very still, and you can see that her hips are nice and high. So that's a great example of good technique.
What you love to see in that backstroker is they look taller in the water than they actually are. So Zara looked really, really tall and long. I'm not saying she's not tall, but she looked like 6'3" tall when she was swimming, which is all the best backstrokers always look a lot taller in the water than they actually are. As now we're moving along to our boys 15 years 50 metre backstroke.
I think looking at this field, we're going to see a great showcase of underwater skills. Our 3 boys in the middle are well known and renowned almost for that first 15 metres of the race. And I mean, looking at them before this race has even begun, I'm going to guess that they'll be the 3 leaders at that 15 metres early on, separating themselves from the rest of this field.
Our 15-year-old boys about to get underway in the water now. As Kalia said, look to see those 3 boys in the middle up and stroking first. Very much, as we said, it is the 3 boys in the middle there. But in the middle, probably getting the best of the starts. And he's up and stroking fast alongside him, Lemuel. Coming up now, Eli Billman. But it is Bart at the moment. If he gets a good hand, he does. 28.12 there, second Eli, 28.38, and Lemuel coming in third at 28.93. And I think that means that us commentators here know what we're talking about.
I was going to say spend too much time watching the pool, but I think it's so great. Like these boys at 15 years old, we've seen them over the last few years. We've seen them develop their skills and learning their strengths. And, you know, you can look at a field. We also got to see them race yesterday, and that gives us a massive advantage as well. If you're coming in and going, oh, wow, this is great. How do they know about this? But we swam our heats yesterday. So these guys have raced. They've got their times from yesterday. We know what we saw. We know what to expect. We've also seen a lot of them in the butterfly event earlier today, so we know if they're on. And those results tend to continue throughout the day. If you can put together a really great first race, it's almost like you've got that momentum going and you can just back it up and repeat it with a little bit of adrenaline.
And I think that underwater component in a backstroke race is crucial. It's won and lost via the start. So knowing the boys are great at their underwaters, we can guess.
As we're underway here for our 16-year-old girls 50-metre backstroke. And it is the centre of the pool once again, maximising their underwaters. And it's Sarah Pravilli in lane 4 who popped up right at that 15-metre mark and in the lead. Going with her through the first 25 is Bella Murchie. Those two are slightly ahead of the tight battle for third across the rest of the field, with Ava Candy over in lane 0 currently holding that third position just ahead. But it is all Sarah Pravilli, and she is going to take out the 16-year-old girls 50 backstroke in 31.26. Bella Murchie in second, and the opposite side of the pool gets a touch for third, Grace Adams, with third Victorian going to Claire Matheson.
Really nice to see an outside lane picking up a medal there. I find it's probably the most difficult lanes to swim for backstroke. Having that wall, it can be a little bit distracting. You've got the officials walking along beside you as well. So really nice to see a cheeky little outside smoker there.
Yes, in backstroke, you do see that official walking beside you. Sometimes it is hard not to give them a bit of a smile or... as you're going along.
Get a bit distracted.
Maybe not in a 50-metre event, but sometimes when the 400-metre IM or something, and you see that official and go, they're looking at me going, why is this person swimming a 400 IM?
So next up, we've got our boys 16-year-olds 50-metre backstroke. We've got quite a few athletes sitting around that 28-second mark, so just breaking the 29, and then the rest of the field is on a 29. So with our 10th qualifier at 29.99, you had to just break that 30-second mark to be within this race. So it's going to be a tight one.
Again, expect some strong underwaters from lane 2 and 3. They've, across all their events, both George and Darwin really use those underwaters to their advantage. But there will be another number of others will be challenging to pop up somewhere around that sort of 13 to 14 metre mark here for our boys 16 years 50 backstroke, maximising those strong dolphins and carrying that speed through to the surface.
So it was pretty even on those reactions, but Darwin stayed under nice and long, but it was George Huang who got the best of the starts. Also swimming really well early on in this 50-metre backstroke was Lucas Kay in lane 5. But here come those powerful athletes in the middle. Owen Kruger's trying to make up the ground he lost on the start. It's not going to be enough. George Huang into the touch there, 27.64. Owen Kruger picks up the silver, 28.36, and Lucas Kay, 28.77 for the bronze.
Yeah, really strong swim there from George. Set the standard right from the start. Bang, in control of the race. No one got close to him. And a pretty swift time.
It was a swift time, and what I really like is he's not crazy faster than everyone on the reaction. It's not the backstroke dive part itself that's good, it's the fly kicks. How powerful they are throughout that 10, 15 metres that he goes under the water. And then, from having a half body lead to almost a full body lead on the finish, all because of that first 10 seconds of the race.
And not only the dolphin kick, it's just the position he holds himself underwater. He's able to maintain that streamlined upper body and then really work those dolphins from the hips to get that maximum power.
We've got our girls 17-year-olds now. It's actually our visitor ranked first in this one, so Grace Doherty, she's had a fantastic meet. Really nice to see some of our close neighbours down here in Melbourne.
As the girls are underway and having the best of starts in lane 3 there was Olivia Bailey. She leads through the 25. Indy in lane 2, really dominant here as she comes under the flags. And it will be Indy 31.19, a great time there from her. In second place, Ashley Dunn, 31.45, and touching third there, Sion, 31.62.
Once again, the competitive nature of the girls' 17-year-old age group across the field, both in the butterfly and the backstroke, anyone's been in those races. We'll see if that trend continues for our 17-year-old girls across breaststroke and freestyle. We'll see a number of them double up, and we'll see a few of the breaststroke inclined athletes make an appearance when we come to the breaststroke event.
Indy having a great start there. She basically led from start to finish, so that was a great example of if you can have a ripper start, you're hard to catch.
And she was in the same lane as George Huang, so maybe she saw how it was done and thought that's the way to go about this.
So now we're going to move along to our boys 17 years 50-metre backstroke. Expected to be competitive here, but I'm not sure if it's going to be quite as tight as our 17-year-old girls. In the centre of the pool, Byron and Jack look to be the class of the field, both going under that 28-second mark in the heat session. Darcy Connell, we saw him swim really well in the butterfly earlier on, so expect him to contend here as well, with Shen Ho also challenging that 28-second barrier. So it's unlike at our age championships, the 17 and 18-year-old athletes are split into different events. So they're getting to compete just against their individual age group for this 50-metre backstroke.
Underway now. And coming up nice and early there with some of our outside lanes with our middle lane, Brian Zeng, staying under the longest, and it's proved beneficial for him. He's got the lead early on. Right up alongside him, though, is Cheng Hao. And then on this side of the pool, a little bit of a competitive action between Jack Lanyon and Darcy Connell. It's closing now. All these boys trying to come at Brian. Timing onto the touch, though. He will hold it there, 27.77. Picking up the silver was Jack Lanyon, 27.95. And Cheng Hao finishes third, 28.09.
Some very close, fast racing there from our 17-year-old boys.
As we move on to our girls 18 years 50-metre backstroke, we've got the 9 athletes here. Alana Torrance in lane 4 is challenging to break that 30-second barrier for the first time. She got very close yesterday, 30.10. She was able to keep her stroke rate up at 48 for the first 25, which is incredibly high for her. It dropped to 42 in the second 25, and that was the difference between her breaking the 30-second barrier or not. So it will be interesting to see if she can maintain that increased stroke rate across the entire 50 here of our girls 18 years 50-metre backstroke. So she has a strong underwater dolphin kick, Alana. So expect her to pop up in the lead, which she does, coming up right at that 15-metre mark, and is definitely trying to keep that stroke rate up nice and high for her. And she's pulled out almost a body length lead over the rest of the field, with Haruka sitting in second place and Skylar Hay in third. So with 15 metres to go, it is all Alana Torrance. She's maintaining a good stroke rate coming underneath the flags. And will she be able to challenge that 30-second barrier? Yes, she does. 29.99. Haruka touches in second. Skylar Hay is second Victorian. And Layla Mahfouz wins the bronze.
I mean, that's the best way to do it.
It really is. She got it.
And I will wait till I see from the coach, but I can guarantee it was that second 25. She was able to maintain that stroke rate just a little bit higher than she traditionally does. We know Alana is a very strong medley swimmer. Backstroke is probably her weakest individual stroke, and in the medleys she can tend to have a rather slow stroke rate, and so obviously working on that here to try and keep that tempo up nice and high helped her to go under the 30-second barrier. So she's now a 29-second backstroker.
I think she'll be really happy with that swim and that performance. And her technique looked really nice as well. It's great to be progressing and improving every element of the medley. We're seeing backstroke become more and more important in those IM swims. Typically, breaststroke can make one of the biggest differences, but there's definitely been that little bit of a shift. We've seen it in the men's medleys, I think, a lot more. Within Australia, Mitch Larkin was a great backstroker who began as an IM swimmer, and then in the reverse, a crossover in the States. You had Ryan Lochte, such a good IM swimmer, also a fantastic backstroker, and we're starting to see that come through in our women's events as well now.
Yeah, Kaylee McEwen, not a shabby backstroker, also not a bad IM swimmer either.
Exactly, and that's the thing. She also is a pretty good breaststroker now too,
She
though,
is.
from working on it within the IM. IM, obviously my coaching terminology for individual medley.
As those developing athletes, a lot of the coaches would like all their athletes, no matter where their strengths and weaknesses lie, to give those IMs a crack through those age group ranks as they can continue to develop. And you never know what stroke you might end up being good at as you get older, as your body changes.
Our 18-year-old boys underway and swimming. Staying under the water, the longest there was lane 4, but lane 7 also having a great start. As they come through, it is all Riley Cunningham in lane 4. He's really built through this 50 backstroke. He will touch the wall first, 28.28, followed by Daniel, 28.61. And third going to Joshua, 28.89.
So we're now moving on to our 19 and over category once again. Starting with our girls. And it will be a battle in the centre of the pool to see how many of our athletes can get under that 30-second barrier. So we saw in our 18-year-old category, we've got one under. We'll see how many the 19-year-old and overs can produce here.
Yeah, so Tara Kinder, obviously one of our incredible, brand newly minted Australian Dolphins athletes. Breaststroker, medley swimmer, and in lane 4 in the backstroke now. So obviously she's been working on her backstroke for that medley event as well. Alongside her, Sasha Jones of Surrey Park, fantastic sprint backstroker. So let's see how close these girls can be and whether they can get out in front of the rest of the field.
So is the centre of the pool in the lead with Tara Kinder, Alana Banks and Sasha Jones pulling ahead of the field after that start. But it is all Tara Kinder through that first 25. But Sasha is now in the lead with 15 metres to go and comfortably controlling, smooth and relaxed, taking it out 29.70. Tara made a charge at the end with Alana in third. So we had two under that 30-second barrier there. Nice tight finish. Tara finished really strongly to charge down Sasha.
Yeah, I was just looking, Alana Banks just hovering around that 30-second barrier, 30.08 in the heats, 30.04. All she needs is the opportunity to race it one more time and probably would just get that 29.99 that we saw earlier. As we move along to the men's 19 and over. A few more of these familiar faces coming back for a little bit more. Most of them have swum once before in the freestyle, the butterfly, except for Nicholas Layton, who has done two of those. Because why not?
He's about to do 2 backstrokes as well.
We will not be seeing him in the breaststroke, though.
No.
Not his favourite stroke, breaststroke, so he's definitely capitalising on the opportunity to swim the other strokes.
So 19 and over category, obviously athletes can be any age group above that 19 years. And we've got a few 19-year-olds into this event. We've also got a couple of boys sitting around that 22, 23-year-old age group. Some of them have been swimming the whole way through. We've also got some returning athletes, which is exciting to see. They're not quite ready to give up the sport just yet, which is really nice for that 19 and over age group.
And it does look like that experience might be key here with Cameron Bladen, one of our 23-year-olds, so equal oldest in the field with Luke Stafford. He's sitting in lane 4, the only athlete from the heat session yesterday afternoon to break that 28-second barrier. Looked pretty good yesterday afternoon, looked comfortable. Stroke rate was up nice and high. He was sitting high in the water. So we'll see what kind of performance he can put in this morning.
Boys here just getting ready to go. As we know, Nicholas Layton utilises the light for the start, so we're just testing that one out, making sure it's ready so it's a fair start for every athlete in the field. And as it is the 19 and overs, we can just hear those slaps at the beginning of the race getting a little bit louder.
That's actually their accreditation pass to compete in the 19 and over event.
Instead of picking it up, you just go to the security guard and start doing some lat slaps.
Yep, and you're let in.
Often racing our 19 and over boys. And it was a great start from lane 5 there, Aiden Gleeson. And there's nothing really separating the 3 boys. 4 boys in the middle are actually starting to make their move. Is the 2 middle lanes, lane 4 and 5. Lanes 3, 4 and 5 and 6, all stroke for stroke. It'll be who can get the best touch, and it will be Aiden Gleeson, 27.80. Followed by Cameron Bladen, 27.83, and Tanin there, 28.01.
So we move along now to our women's 50-metre backstroke for multi-class. Now, we do have our B final, which is our younger athletes, and then following that will be our A final, so our older multi-class athletes. After that, we'll have the men's variation, and that'll conclude our backstroke events. So we are absolutely flying through our races here this morning at the 2025 Victorian Mattioli State Sprint Championships. A lot of these girls here backing it up from that butterfly. We're going to see Evie Lee swimming out of lane 4. She got her hands on the wall first in the fly event. Can she do the same here in the backstroke? Our youngest athlete in the field swimming next to her out of lane 5, Michaela Soko, just 11 years of age here.
A really great depth of athletes here in our B final. It's great to see so many here backing up one after another. It's a little bit of a shorter turnaround today. Obviously, it's only one race of each event, so these girls getting in, cooling down really quickly, coming back out to do race after race, and we see some athletes backing up all 4 strokes here today. We've almost finished our backstrokes. We've got breaststroke and a freestyle to go. These girls are having a great race here. Evie Lee, 40.51. She's just gone slightly faster than she did yesterday, which is really wonderful to see. These young female athletes rounding out our B final of our women's 50 backstroke multi-class.
And we'll turn our attention to the A final now. So the 17 and over women in this one. We've got a few returning customers, you might say. A lot of these athletes were in that fly. Sean was just talking about all of the little things that happen between these races. We don't have a massive turnaround time. It's about 15, 30 minutes, if that. So it's all about what you're going to be doing to make sure you're ready to go and ready to sprint again straight away. So these athletes, there's a little process we go through. Usually it involves having a quick chat to coach, talking about the event, and then going and doing what we call a swim down or a cool down, really clearing the lactic acid in your muscles. Do a little bit of that, maybe have something small to eat, to nibble on, rehydrate, and then refocus and be ready to go again as the girls here are ready to go for our A final in the 50 backstroke for multi-class.
So A final, or our 17 and over final. So our experienced athletes here in our women's 50 backstroke multi-class are making their way down the pool. And Sarah, as she has done in a lot of the events, is leading from the front. So she is having a head-to-head race with Grace at the moment. Those two are going stroke for stroke. They are in different classifications though. So Sarah's in the S10 classification, Grace in the S19. Whereas Kayla Wilson and Sarah Howe, theirs is a first to the wall battle. So it will be Sarah who touches the wall first in a 37.83, a little bit faster than she swam yesterday. Grace touching the wall in second. Kayla in third. Coming into the wall now in lane 2 is Madeline Fox, an S18 athlete from Ivanhoe Swim. And Laura Stobie is going to complete the action here in lane 7 from Melbourne Swimming Club. Set a time in the heats yesterday over 1:12.17 and taking 3/4 of a second off that here this morning to conclude the action in event 40, the women's 50 metre backstroke.
50 years, that would be an impressive feat.
Yes, well, it is a category 17 and over there in the A final, so maybe next year we'll have a 50-year-old. So we're now going to move along to event 41, the men's 50 backstroke multi-class. Again, there's two finals here. The B final for our 16 and under athletes, and then the A final for our 17 and over athletes. Once again, our country clubs are really representing here in the multi-class in this opening heat. We've got Blake and Lockie from Traralgon, Eli from Warrnambool, and Levi from South Gippsland Bass. So outnumbering the City Slickers.
Absolutely. These country kids, super tough athletes, very competitive on a national level as well. I did just catch before the beginning of this race Eli and Lockie in a very, what looked to be a very serious conversation, a good little catch-up, I imagine. And it's so nice that, I mean, one of these athletes is from Warrnambool, the other's from Traralgon. They're not exactly close together on the map. And to be forming those kind of friendships across the countryside and across these age groups and different classifications is something that we really, really want to promote within our swimming in Victoria.
Yeah, so it depends how good at geography you are with how close they are. If you're not great at geography, they're just round the corner.
I mean, if you're from the country, it is just around the corner. Everything's just around the corner, just up the road. So we are off and racing now. There's a really nice start in lane 6 from Mingzi Pang. Popped up just ahead, but look at the speed on that rating from Andrew Din in lane 4. Up alongside him is Lockie Ballion and Eli Kerr in the mix too. So those boys, they had a chat at the start. They're swimming along side by side. They'll be looking to challenge each other with 10 metres left to swim. And Andrew just pushing through into the front. And here comes Cooper Harrington as well. More relaxed style of backstroke and just kept that connection throughout the race. But first hand onto the wall was Andrew, 35.96. Cooper followed him on, 37.45. And Eli Kerr touched in third there, 37.68.
So those times are now being converted into a point score to determine our winner of our B final, our 16 and under category for our men's backstroke multi-class. As we're moving on to our A final, which contains our most experienced finalists today. Ryan from Geelong Swimming Club at 32 years young.
Seasoned professional Ryan is, and his teammate on the outside lane there, Bradley Doolan as well, 30 years of age. So these guys have come through the sport, teammates, they come through together. They are slightly older athletes than a few of our spring chickens within this mix. So a couple of those 17-year-olds.
But they're definitely still young at heart.
I think we're all still young at heart. I don't think you'd be turning up to training 6 times plus a week if you weren't young at heart. You have to have that love of it, that enjoyment of the sport to continue through for this many years.
So our A final for our men's 50-metre backstroke multi-class is in the water and underway. So no surprise that it is Nicholas Leighton who's off to the fastest of the starts. Our S15 athlete from Caulfield. Doing a really good job there, Nick, from keeping his stroke rate nice and high. He is on top of the lane rope, so that is going to be slowing him down ever so slightly. But comes into touch in a nice time of 29.19. Comfortably faster than his heat swim yesterday. Logan James was second to the wall.
James Logan.
Going backwards today. We are doing backstroke, so it's allowed.
It makes sense.
So that concludes the action of backstroke today as we move along to breaststroke. Starting with event 42, the girls 11 and under 50-metre breaststroke.
The most unique of the strokes, you might say. There's always a bit of an ongoing joke within swimming communities that you can always pick out a breaststroker. It's usually by the way they walk.
Feet out, knees out.
They just breaststroke in every aspect of their lives, really.
And I think a classic example of that is our returned Paris Olympian Sam Williamson, who walks with his feet out at approximately a 50-degree angle.
So in these breaststroke events, we will start to see a couple of different names coming through. You do have a lot of these athletes who are more specific to the breaststroke events. They will have sat out. Maybe the butterfly usually tends to be one of the ones, or the backstroke. And coming into this fresh as we turn our attention to the 11 and under girls, 50 breaststroke. Away they go. And some longer underwaters, so that breaststroke event, you can stay under further than that 15-metre rope with your split stroke, as long as you only complete one of them. But the race is on in that centre of the pool between Erin Paris and Angelina Shang. They are up and leading. Pushing through alongside is Lola Lee. So it's a race from the centre. It's a race of three. Sophie Lee trying to get up into the medals, but it looks to be Erin Paris as they come down under the flag. She stretches out into the wall, 37.69. Angie finishes in second, 38.24, and Lola in third, 38.36.
That's a great little drop there from Erin in lane 4. Dipping under that 38 seconds is really great for an 11-year-old. As we move on now, it's our boys 11 and under. And I'm loving seeing in lane 4 is a 10-year-old. Our fastest qualifier.
And they've got a tough standard to live up to. So 6 girls there in the 11 and under category went under the 40-second mark. We'll see how many of our boys can match that.
Yeah, we had 2 do it in the heats. There's a couple more hovering around those 40.1s, 40.2. We've seen lots of big drops from our junior athletes, including some of around 2 seconds. So, you know, even some of these guys out in lane 9, it is possible. Anything is possible in a final. It can also come down to, as we've seen, just that touch, timing the finish. You can take off half a second easily by nailing the timing. Especially in breaststroke, you don't want to finish on that long glide stroke. You also don't want to get stuck having to take that extra tiny little stroke right on the wall. So it can be the difference between going under 40 or not.
Our boys 11 and under now underway. And it is completely even across the field at the moment. Our 10-year-old in the middle of the pool there, Jia Yi, just slightly moving up alongside him, Zane from Furbank Aquastars. He seems to really have pulled away from the rest of the field, battling for the minor medals there, the 2 training partners from Ivanhoe Aquapower, but it will be Zane 38.5 at 6, followed by Austin 39.40, and Jia Yi getting third there, 39.63. Great to see 4 of our athletes there dipping under the 40.
So
mark.
Close to 5 as well.
So close to 5.
So close to 5. Almost half the field really lifted through this final.
And not only did Zane break that 40-second barrier for the first time, He smashed the 39 second as well, dropping over a second and a half from a PB that he swam yesterday to take out the state title. As we're now going to move on to event 44, the girls 12 years 50 metre breaststroke. So the 12-year-old girls are behind the blocks here in the 50 metre breaststroke, and expect a really tight race between some of our country athletes, one of them a visitor from Albury, in the centre of the pool with Emmy and Emily, both under 37 seconds in yesterday morning's heat session.
Yeah, we know Albury's produced some pretty incredible breaststrokers over the years. And at the moment as well, some really great young up-and-coming role models for these girls as we get underway with the 12-year-olds. There's a really nice start there from Zoe Mattioli out in lane 6. Pushing through early on, though, is Emmy Demamiel there, our visitor. She's got that nice high stroke, really trying to get on top and over the water. Aggressive at the front, which is what we love to see in a sprint. Sitting in second is Anna Kang from Nunawading, and the race is on for third between Emily Croato and Zoe Macaulay here. Really close for those Victorians. Our winner overall, our visitor, 36.27. First Victorian will be Anna Kang, 36.67. Second Victorian, Emily, 36.93. And Zoe picks up the bronze for the Vicks.
Some really great swimming there by the 12-year-old girls. It's really great to see the visitors coming down, even for, sprint championships. We saw them here at, just a month ago for our Victorian Age Championships. So it's really great. They're regularly travelling down the highway. It's not too far down the highway to compete against the Victorians.
And Albury's, I know they're New South Welshmen, but we'll say it's as good as New South Welshmen come, considering the location and how close
honorary
it is to Victoria.
Victorians, really.
I would agree with that, but I'm not biased at all. My family came from Albury, so.
So what's that? The people from Albury are the best in...
The best in... No, Albury have over the years definitely produced some great swimmers. Belinda Hocking, who was a 3-time Olympian, she was from Albury, and I remember I used to race against her back in the day, and she would tell me about how she used to travel so far to just get to training, and she'd just sleep in the car. So, these girls are coming down and racing, and it's just really great to see.
And that's a classic example of the parents getting them to training, because at a younger age, the child cannot drive themselves, and they definitely can't be driving and sleeping at the same time. So without the parents, a lot of these swimmers wouldn't have the opportunity.
I think there's also plenty of 18 and overs who wish their parents did still drive them to training so they could be taking a nap on the trip.
So we're now moving along to our boys 12 years 50 metre breaststroke. So we saw Archie Smith put together a really good swim in the backstroke to claim the title. He's got some strong competition here in this breaststroke from Gianluca, from Gabriel, from Lachlan, from Andrew. It will be a great race across the pool, really, but those centre lanes all hitting that 36-second mark yesterday, with the outside lanes 37s. So we'll see how many of them can drop into that 36, and will anyone start to go 35 or into those 34s?
I mean, this event in itself is another great example of the really incredible breaststrokers we've had come through the ranks within Victoria. Our record sits at a 31.2.
Yes, so that's quite fast, and not sure if it's in reach today as our 12-year-old boys hit the water. And really a nice even start across the pool from everyone except Gabrielle. So Gabrielle in lane 4 will have a little bit of work to do to catch up through that first 25. But it is Lachlan Bull who is leading at that 25-metre mark ahead of Archie Smith in lane 3. So Lachlan's holding on to his 3/4 of the body length lead with 5 metres left to swim. That battle for second is really tightening up with Gabrielle, a strong second 25, but it is all Lachlan Bull in 34.10. Gabrielle getting the touch for second, and third place going to Andrew Wang.
Yeah, Andrew snuck his hands on the wall there, just 1/100th ahead of fourth. And that is the difference between a medal and not a medal. So those touches and those finishes just so important.
So really strong start from Lachlan Bull. And that was probably the difference between him and Gabrielle for that battle for the win. So Gabrielle had to chase the entire field down that first 25 to get back into contention. So that's obviously something that he's going to work on to see if he can catch up to his Nuttawading teammate in that first 25 off the start to give himself a chance.
We'll be able to check back in November and see how that is progressing. As we move along in our program now, we move on to our 13-year-old girls 50-metre breaststroke. So once again, a few of these girls hovering around that 35-second mark. A lot sitting on 36s here, so let's see. We always love to see improvement across our age groups. We love a close race. Let's see if we can tighten up this field and get an impressive race on our hands this morning.
What was really impressive, both Tess and Charlotte went under the Open National qualifying time at 13 years of age yesterday in the heat session.
And often racing our 13-year-old girls. And it was a good start there from lane 6, Lucy Ma, making her way through with the high stroke rate there at 25 metres is Tess Izzard. As they come under the flags, Charlotte Kelly, Tess Izzard. It will be Charlotte Kelly. I actually think it might have been Tess winning there, but our touchpad not quite working, so we'll wait for Hawkeye there. I think Tess won that. Charlotte Kelly second, 35.62, and Lucy Ma third, 35.73.
So once again, that second 25 there, Charlotte Kelly had to make up a fair bit of ground after the start, which she did to get into second place. Just getting over Lucy Ma in those last 5 metres in that battle for silver.
Yes, Tess really started to move after that start, after the 15 metres. You could see she was up and she was stroking fast and really gained that half a body length in that first 25 metres. We know it's hard to catch someone in 25 metres when they're already half a body length ahead. So that was a great example of a 50 metre you have to be ahead at the 25 metre mark.
It's great to see Zane and Charlotte, the Furbank teammates, congratulating each other there on their medals behind the blocks. As we're now moving along to event 43, the boys 13 years 50 metre breaststroke.
So we do have Quinn Richards. He is one of our Victorian record holders from our state championships in December in the breaststroke events. 31.91 was pretty swift.
It was quick. It was quick yesterday. So we expect to see him challenge that time again. And the state record for our 13-year-old boys sits at a 31.20 set by Nicholas Stupas. So it will be interesting to see if Quinn can challenge another Victorian record here. I'm sure he had a bit of a look at it overnight.
Oh, absolutely. Very, very competitive athlete. He knew exactly the time he needed to go at states to secure the records in the, I believe it was the 100 metre that he got, and just narrowly missed the 200. And wouldn't it be nice to grab the 50 as well?
Yes, Nick Stupas, not a shabby swimmer either. Not a bad breaststroker. We know he won a medal up there in the relay of the Junior Pan Packs in Canberra last year.
I think we'll expect to see Quinn really rating up in this 50. He's got a little bit faster time than the other boys in the race. He's the only one that's gone sub 33 coming into this event. And what we will see, though, is there are 3 other athletes really vying it out for those minor medals. There's only 2 other medals on the plate, and someone's going to miss out here. So I think that's going to be a super tight race. There's not a lot separating those guys at all. And then we've also seen a few of these outsiders with some great swims too. So let's see if we can have a few more boys go under that sub 34. As the boys get ready to go here for the 13-year-olds. And they're underway now. It was a really nice start from Peter Trin in lane 5. He's got that bit longer breaststroke stroke going on there. You can see the reach out in front, but Quinn Richards within 25 metres already pushing his way up alongside and into the lead, and he's just progressing that lead as he lunges onwards. 6 metres left. The race for second, as we thought, is super close, with Jaden Zeng getting his hands on equally with Peter Trin, and Quinn Richards only 0.3 over that record, so he's done another personal best to go 31.52 to take the win there and an equal silver.
Peter and Jaden both pretty happy with each other in taking out that silver medal together. We did promise you another dead heat for a medal, and we have delivered. The question is, will we get one more? So Quinn is getting close to that Victorian state record. As we move along to event 48, the girls' 14 years, 50-metre breaststroke. So in the centre of the pool, Tani and Catherine both went under 36 in the heat sets yesterday. So we expect them to be challenging for the gold medal. But I wouldn't count out Leona, who's going to be swimming out of lane 3, and Mia out of lane 6, who also went 36 lows yesterday.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of girls with experience within this field, at just 14 years of age. We've seen them on the scene for a few years now, and we'll see what they can do here this morning.
So underway here for our 14-year-old girls. Starting strongly in lane 9 was Zara Jeffrey, but in lane 4, all in control. Tarnan is comfortably ahead through the 25-metre mark. Still leading by 3/4 of body length off over Leona. Leona's making a strong surge in this final 25, closing down on Tarnan, and it's going to be all about the touch on the wall, but she does hold on for 35.07, just 5/100 of a second ahead of Leona, and third place going to Eve Lawrence down in lane 7. So up next is the boys, 14 years, 50-metre breaststroke. Number of contenders across the field once again. Byron in the centre of the pool, starting to challenge a 30-point 50 breaststroke. That is getting very, very quick for our 14-year-olds.
Yeah, Byron's always been a really incredible sprinter, and we saw that showcased over the last 12 months. He's always the first person onto the wall in the 100s and 200-metre events, and he's got quite a high stroke rate. So we have seen that drop off a little bit in the last 10 metres occasionally. That's something he's been working on with his coaches. That last 10 metres, and it seems almost silly to talk about in a 50 having fitness, but sprint fitness is a whole new ball game for a lot of these athletes. When you do rate higher, you need to be able to maintain it, and he did that a lot better than I've seen in the past yesterday. So that's what he'll be looking to do. That's where the biggest improvement for him is going to come. He's normally very good off the start. Then you've got some other contenders in this race on some of those outside lanes who finish a lot better. You've got Leon Vidal, who won the 200-metre event, so we know that he comes home strongly in that last 10 metres. We've also got Leo Nolan, who had our big celebration earlier, winning the butterfly event, so he's got the power on his side. You've got some very specific breaststrokers in here as well. James Clare from Western Melbourne Propulsion. We had a little chat with his coach yesterday. Excited to see him in a final and see what he can do. He's going in trying to be a little bit more tactical with the way he swims today. I heard yesterday he might have spun the wheels a little bit, so hopefully we can see him with a bit more connection in this race.
And that is the challenge in all our 50-metre events, but especially breaststroke, connecting that speed, making sure you're maximising every stroke while keeping that rate nice and high to lead to optimal performance.
Our 14-year-old boys now off and racing. And it looks to be lanes 3 and 4 that had the best of starts there. We knew Byron was going to start strong, but going with him is Leo Nolan in lane 3 as well as lane 2, Peter. As we head down now with 10 metres to go, it is Byron all the way, coming through strongly now, James Clare. Byron did get that 30.99 there. Grabbing second was James Clare, 32.00. And in third place, Leo Nolan, 32.15. Some great swimming there from our 14-year-old boys.
Byron just missing the record there of a 30.94 set by William Petrick. So one of our athletes who's gone on to represent Australia at the Olympics now. One of our Olympians. So not a bad record to be within 5/100ths of a second of. And also being able to sneak under that 31 barrier. It's a big feat for our finals this morning. As we move along to the girls' 15-year-old 50-metre breaststroke. Ella Matters in lane 4. She swims with that really aggressive high stroke rate sprint breaststroke. She's got a really nice lead coming into this final. 34.40 was the time she set to beat yesterday. Closest swimmer to her is Isabel Nash. So both those girls, country girls, I always like to mention it. They'll be coming back to race again next weekend at the Victorian Country Championships. As we turn our attention to the start end of the pool. So most of the girls up and racing early and quickly. Isabel Nash chose to stay under on that split stroke a lot longer and a lot further. So she'll have a little bit of energy left in the tank, I think, coming through. But Vera Zeng in lane 6 was looking great at that 25. She's still just got a lead, but that absolute high, powerful stroke rate from Ella Matters just pushing her forward as she comes down under the flags. She's going to take the win here. Can Vera hold on for second? She does. So Ella Matters first, 34.63. Vera in second, 35.28. And Isabel Nash came home beautifully to pick up that bronze there, 35.30.
She maintained that nice high stroke rate throughout. Kept her hold on the water from start to finish and was in control of that race for our 15-year-old girls in the breaststroke. As we're now going to move along to event 51, the boys 15 years 50-metre breaststroke. So they saw the 14-year-olds have a crack, and there's a number of these boys in that 31-second range. Ashley, Ben, Lachlan. They'll be interested to see if they can respond and get down onto those 30 points that we saw from our champion in the 14-year-old boys. It is tight across the field, with a centre sort of 5 or 6 lanes, all definitely in with a chance of a medal. But it wouldn't surprise me if the swimmers in the outside, Spencer, Bowie, Daniel and Billy, if they can swim just a 0.3, 0.4 second faster than they swam in the heat session yesterday, they could also be in with a chance with a medal this morning.
I think this is going to be a really high-paced race. A lot of these guys are going to get out quickly, have those slightly higher stroke rates. I know Lachlan Gilbertson, I really like the way he sits in the water. He's always sitting up nice and high. Ash Lansbury, that quicker stroke rate, he's really snappy in the breaststroke here. And Ben Huang almost broke that 31, so be nice to see another one of these boys going in that 30-second range.
Yeah, getting close to that 30-second barrier, which most swimmers never achieve in breaststroke. We might, we've got quite a few that get there in their freestyle, a good number that get there in their butterfly, not quite as many in their backstroke, but getting under 30 seconds in breaststroke is very special. So our 15-year-old boys are almost set to go here in our final at the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Sprint Championships. Strong start from Billy Fisher in lane 9. He's coming up with the leaders in the centre of the pool, with Ashley Lansbury, Ben Huang and Lachlan Gilbertson all challenging for that lead through the first 25 metres. Now taking over the lead with 15 metres left to go is Ben in the centre of the pool. Ashley Lansbury's trying to go with him. Those two look like they're just ahead of the rest of the field with 5 metres to go. It is all Ben, and he takes it out in a 30.72. Ashley in second, and Dax getting the touch for third. So we did see Ben join the 30-point club there.
Well and truly as well, 0.3 almost under that 31-second mark. So that's a beautiful drop from the heats yesterday.
We move on now to our girls 16-year-old 50 breaststroke, and looking at the swimmers and the times that they swum yesterday. We have 3 of our girls that dipped under that 35 mark. The lanes 2 and 6 also close to that 35 mark. So I'm guessing that this race will be a close one all the way through to the finish.
Yeah, a number of swimmers there who are definitely in contention here to take out the 16-year-old girls 50 breaststroke. Some of them are breaststroke specialists, other of them are multi-eventers. So really, the talent is all the way across the field.
We also have a mix of country and city clubs, metropolitan clubs, so it's really great to see a broad representation of Victoria. As the girls are underway now, and it was lane 4, really coming through the 25 metres. She's up and she's stroking fast. Rani Matheson trying to go with her. Zoe Schneider in lane 3, as well as Yuji Liu in lane 5. Also having a great swim here, Ava Candy. It's going to be who can get their hand on the full stroke on the wall. It will be Yuji Liu, 33.94, followed by Rani Matheson, 34.03. I think maybe Ava Candy was somewhere in that mix as well. We'll wait to see the official results there for those placings.
Yeah, Yuji did a really good job at maintaining her stroke length throughout that 50 and used that long, smooth, powerful strokes and time the finish nice and well to just touch out Rani on the wall, with Ava and Zoe not that far behind. So great racing from our 16-year-old girls in the 50-metre breaststroke, as we're going to move on to our 16-year-old boys.
Yeah, these boys having great swims yesterday afternoon. Max Hussey in lane 4, our fastest competitor, 30.43 yesterday. A couple of 31s beside him, but he seems to be about 0.8 of a second ahead of the rest of the field. We know in a 50 metre that that's quite a large gap. So we'll look to see him in lane 4. Hopefully the other competitors either side of him can step up and race him and improve on their swims from yesterday.
Yeah, so Max is probably our first of our athletes that has a genuine chance to crack that 30-second barrier in our breaststroke today. With a 30.4 he swam yesterday, a really strong swim from our athlete from Melbourne Swimming Club. So will we have a 16-year-old boy set the standard for our 17, 18 and 19 and overs to come under that 30-second mark? That will be the challenge for Max. With those minor medals, really anyone's in consideration. Max Malone in lane 1's not out of it. Xavier in lane 8's not out of it. Tharwan's in 7's not out of it. Lucas Kay in 9's not out of it. Definitely cannot pick the minor medalist in this 16-year-old 50-metre breaststroke. We do think that Max looks like he's got it in control, but everyone else is definitely in with a chance.
And it's almost the race of a little bit of internal club bragging rights here. We've got 3 swimmers from Melbourne Swimming Club, 2 from Surrey Park, 2 from Nunawading. So the challenge is on about who can get their hands on the wall first within those club races as well.
So underway here in the final of the boys' 16 years 50-metre breaststroke. And it is a nice even start across the field, but Max is now starting to assert his dominance once they've resumed the swimming portion of this 50-metre breaststroke. He's just starting to slowly extend his lead over Luke, but Luke's not letting him have his own way here and is holding onto his shoulder with 15 metres to go. So Max is just holding on to Luke. He's going to need to get his hands on the wall on a full stroke to take this out, which he does in 30.60. Luke in second, and Oliver Kingston claiming the bronze medal.
Luke Gallagher there having a bit of a celebration, very happy with his 30 point. It's great to see 2 of those 16-year-old boys dipping under that 31-second mark.
So we're now going to move on to event 54, the girls' 17 years 50-metre breaststroke.
Once again, it's a really, really tight field in the outside lane. So these sprint events, we always see such close finishes. Just, making our job really easy as
Super
commentators
easy.
to tell who's exactly where. Throughout this race, though, from our heats, Farida Taha, we've got to talk about her in lane 4. So from Surrey Park, she's the only girl that hit the 34-second mark, and she did it quite comfortably, 34.66. Kate Lewina sitting in that second place spot coming into this final out of 35.1. So Frida's with about half a second lead here.
And Frida's definitely excited about it. A couple of little dance moves behind the blocks when she was introduced there.
Oh, she's such an energetic, bubbly girl. So, we always see these athletes with a little bit of personality as the girls get ready to go. And it was Farida with one of the best starts in the pool. Going out well with her was Stella Salamone in lane 2. So they were our leaders early on. Pushing through nicely out in lane 7 is Amity Lansbury. She's got a nice longer stroke. She's really good at those more distance breaststroke events. So we're sitting here. It is still those 3 girls as our leaders. Farida just narrowly ahead as they come under the flags. She looks like if she can time it, she's going to hold on. Almost breaks that 34-second barrier there. Farida Taha, our winner. Amity sitting in second. Silver for her, 34.52. And Stella picks up the bronze at a 34.98.
Once again, action all over the pool there in our girls' 17-year-old age group. They've done it every single event. You do not know where the winners and medalists are going to come from in our girls' 17-year-old event. I think we've had probably about 6 different lanes win the 9 medals on offer so far. We'll see what happens when we come around to the 17-year-old girls again in the freestyle.
I definitely think that can happen a lot more with these older age groups. Sometimes athletes have faster times that they might be capable of that they might not have done in the heats. It is a lot harder as you get older to replicate your personal best in a heat swim. Sometimes it does take that finals atmosphere. We also have a little bit of game playing sometimes. If you know that you're going to be able to qualify for a final and not go your absolute best, you can get a cheeky outside lane. And in a 50, it doesn't matter as much where you are in the pool. You don't need those center lanes. You kind of might want to be on the outside where no one can see you creep up and steal one of those medals.
It is a dangerous game to play, though, in a 50. You don't have much margin for error.
Very dangerous. We move on now to our boys' 17-year-old 50 breaststroke. Lane 4, Thomas Sutherland, about a second and a half ahead of the rest of the field here. 29.18 was his entry time, and we've been speaking about some of that age group depth that we have in our breaststrokers. Tom is one of those examples, so look to see him in lane 4 dominate this race. And the swimmers next to him, Brian and Ryan.
Rolls off the tongue.
It does. Look to see them try and challenge him as much as possible. I'd like to see a couple of other swimmers go under the 30 point here. Maybe Tom can get under that 29 seconds, which would be an absolutely phenomenal race. But yeah, hopefully all of these athletes can improve just that little bit more from yesterday.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. That 29.18, it is hovering ever so closely to the 28-second mark. He looked beautiful yesterday, though. It really was very easy to watch swim, and that's what our best swimmers do well. They're going at these incredible speeds, but they make it look like they're barely putting any effort in.
Yeah, in Victorian history, there's not that many swimmers who've gone sub 29 for a 50 long course breaststroke. I think it'd be less than 30 swimmers. So if Tom could join them, that would be very impressive.
And our 17-year-old boys are away and in the water And it was a great start there from Tom Sutherland in lane 4. Trying to go with him, though, is Brian Zhang. In lane 3, Tom leading through with half a body length with 15 metres to go. He looks very strong, very powerful. For those minor medals, though, it is a battle between Brian in lane 3 and Ryan in lane 5. And we do see Tom Sutherland go 28.90. That is an absolutely flying 50 breaststroke there, followed by an equal second with Ryan in lane 5 and Mitchell in lane 6, 30.98. Mitchell really did have a great finish.
So that's a really strong swim there. So he's joining the ranks of some of the fastest ever breaststrokers in Victoria there, going under 29 seconds for the 17-year-old category. So really strong swim as we're moving along to the girls 18 years 50-metre breaststroke now. Just the 7 athletes. We had 10 contest the heats yesterday. 7 are contesting the final today. But it will be a good race across the field with a number of chances to both take out the title and also medal here amongst our 18-year-old girls. So I've seen Alana Torrance win 2 from 2 so far. She's looking to go 3 from 3. That is a little bit of another game that, especially some of the older athletes play. It's a little bit, add your 450s up today and who has the fastest broken 200 IM of the day. You have to qualify for the final, though, to be eligible for that competition. So the non-breaststrokers might struggle a little bit, but it is all Alana Torrance currently after 2 events. We'll see if she can make it 3 from 3 here in the breaststroke. Skylar Hay comes up alongside her through that 15 metres, and Madeline Horvath is also going to make sure that Alana has to work all the way to the wall to win this 3rd gold medal. It is Alana and Madeline who are going head-to-head through 35 metres. Alana just ever so slightly ahead, but Madeline is starting to make a little bit of ground in this second 25. It's all about getting that timing of the finish correct as we come into that last stroke. It will be Alana Torrance just by 0.02 of a second ahead of Madeline, with Skylar in 3rd. All 3 of our medalists in that 33-second range. A really strong swimming there from our 18-year-old girls in the 50-metre breaststroke.
Once again, another super tight finish there. Alana exactly equaling the time she did yesterday in the heats. It's a nice little achievement. Had a really interesting conversation with Alana yesterday about these 50-metre events and that battle between getting that rate up and holding water. And we spoke about how a lot of our athletes who do race events like the 200 often can go out equally as fast in the first lap of a distance race because they hold water better and they swim relaxed. When you get into a sprint, it's quite easy to get into a race mode and over race events, and that was something we were trying to, or not we, I shouldn't say, but Alana. I coach Alana, no, just kidding. But Alana was trying to work on today throughout her events is be able to hold water better and not slip through the stroke and over race it.
Yeah, and as much as everyone would like to be a sprinter, it is really challenging to be a top-class sprinter, being able to perfectly match up that aggression with your technique, so you're still holding the water, keeping your length in your stroke, still being powerful while doing it at that really high intensity.
So not many things to think about.
Not that many.
Because then you add in a perfect start and a perfect finish and great technique.
Yeah, it might sound fun to be a 50-metre swimmer, but to do it well is incredibly challenging. We might get frustrated if their sessions don't have as many kilometres in them, or they get to finish a little bit earlier, or whatever it is, but it is because it's focused on exactly what you need to execute in a race and getting it right 100% of the time.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things that's probably got the most athletes that do it, but the least athletes that do it well. But if we look at people who do it well and we turn our attention to the boys' 18-year-old age group, well, there's quite a few of them. within this race. And keep your eye on lane 4, Lachlan Chan. He broke that 29-second barrier yesterday as well. Nimmo in lane 5 next to him, sitting right on 29.0. So let's see what kind of race we have on our hands as those two pop up side by side early on at that 15-metre mark. Lockie Chan already starting to push his way forward. Nice long drive on his stroke. Nimmo up that little bit higher, sitting right behind him. Those two out in front. That's where the race is. But Lockie Chan looks to be in control of this one as they come down under the flags onto the touch there. And he's gone a little bit quicker than he did yesterday. Nimmo breaks the 29-second as well. But Lachlan Chan, 28.43. Jacob Nimmo in second, 28.87. And Daniel Savitaris will pick up that bronze there, 31.30.
And I'm sure our 19 and over athletes have looked at those times and gone, okay, that's the standard. We saw some fantastic swimming from our 19-year-olds and over category yesterday in the heats. But Lachlan has set the standard there, a nice 28 low to take out the gold medal there in the boys' 18 years 50 breaststroke. As we now move along to the girls' 19 and over 50-metre breaststroke.
Yeah, it was really great to see 3 of our young boys there going under the 29 barrier. It's the depth that we talk about at the moment in our age group breaststroke swimming, and they have produced a great example of that today.
So we're now moving into that 19 and over category once again. So in the centre of the pool, Tara Kinder is definitely the favourite here. Recently returned from those World Short Course Championships. But the minor medals will be hotly contested.
And often racing our 19 and over girls. And it is Tara who pops up in front at that 15-metre mark. Next to her, Mackenzie from Aubrey trying to go with her. Tara just ever so slightly starting to build now and get the lead. Beside Tara in lane 5, Micah also coming through nicely there. But I think it will be Tara that gets her hand on the ball first in a time of 33.03, Micah 33.92, following Mackenzie 34.37, and our third Victorian there, Taylor Viney 35.13.
So nice, strong, solid swim there from Tara to take out the state title as we're moving on to event 59, the boys 19 and over 50-metre breaststroke. So Calvin Reid yesterday swam under the 28-second barrier for the first time. He's been hanging around that 28.2, 28.3, 28.4 for a number of years. And then yesterday evening in the heat session, 27.92, put together a fantastic swim. And that was the best breaststroke I've ever seen him do. Looks like much more connected. He was holding the water at the front half and then driving off his legs nicely and forward off every stroke.
Yeah, he really just looked great. It was one of those swims where you could tell it was going to be a fast time. It was executed really well, but I think we are going to have still a really great race on our hands here. Cameron Jordan in lane 5, he was only 0.2 behind in the heats yesterday, and they swam in different heats. So always when you put these guys together, especially these 19 and overs, there's a little bit more aggression, a little bit more energy, and I'm really excited to see what is going to come to fruition here in the 19 and over 50 breaststroke.
And speaking of those skills, that was probably the difference yesterday in their speed. Cameron didn't really nail his finish. He had a bit of a long glide in, where Calvin banged straight on the wall, and that was the difference between Cameron also going at 27. So it'll be interesting to see if we can get them both back under there again. We know that Calvin's probably going to get the better of the starts. Cameron's starts have been improving, but that's an area that he's still working on. So expect to see Calvin ahead, and will be Cameron able to chase him down?
Yeah, I love when you talk about, these are 19 and over athletes, and they still have things that they're working on. If you go into a race and think you've executed a perfect race, well, how are you ever going to improve? These guys are looking for those minor details, and quite often you'll probably watch a start, and if you see it individually, you'd be like, wow, that was an amazing start. But then if you compare it to the next level up, what's happening on the national stage, if you compare it again to the international stage, where do you sit and what can you do to be better?
So as expected, it is Calvin Reid who pops up in the lead. So Cameron Jordan will have to chase him down. He's used to that. Cameron's got a really nice high stroke rate, and he's starting to make a little bit of ground on Calvin as we approach that 35-metre mark. Calvin is still holding onto the lead, but Cameron is coming really strong in this second 25. With 5 metres to go, he's pulled up alongside Calvin, but Calvin does just hold him off. 27.94. Cameron Jordan in second. Kieran taking third, and our third Victorian, Braden Wilson. So really strong swimming there, again from Calvin, right on his time that he swam yesterday. So prove it was no fluke. 2 sub-28 swims for the weekend. Really good performance there.
I think everyone, as they came into the last stroke and their hands went under the water, just held their breath. It was that moment, and it was hundredths of a second that we were waiting for the results to come up on the board, but gosh, it was a tight finish.
And it just that shows how important that start is. Cameron Jordan, no doubt about it, fastest swimmer in the pool there. However, Calvin takes out the state title, used that fantastic start to his advantage, had that half body length lead. Cameron was closing it, but just couldn't quite get there on the finish.
And Calvin having a great finish there as well, finishing on a full stroke. I could see it from when he was under the flags. I thought, he's going to get the full stroke here. Hopefully we can get under that 28 again, which he did. We move now to event 60, the women's 50-metre breaststroke multi-class. Our B final first, so our 16 and under athletes in the water now.
And once again, Evie Lee out in the middle lane, leading the way through here. Michaela Soko, just 11 years old. I will continue to reiterate it because I just think it's so fantastic to have so many great youngsters in amongst the action here. But Evie will get her hands on the wall first there in a 45.79. Big thumbs up over to coach and mum, team manager on the side of the pool.
High fives to her other competitors as well. We love seeing the big smiles from our athletes.
And we'll patiently await those point scores for our results in our multi-class events.
So we did have a number of our SB19 athletes. So that signifies it's breaststroke. SB means it is breaststroke. S means it's your freestyle, backstroke or butterfly events. And SM means it's your medley events, for those of you who are unfamiliar with how the classification system works.
Again, these girls backing up from their races earlier today. A few were in the butterfly and the backstroke, and now they move on to the breaststroke. So big program for these girls. They also had to do that yesterday afternoon.
So you will notice some differences in approach to the start here. Swimming out of lane 7, Laura Stobie from Melbourne Swimming Club. She's one of our wheelchair athletes, so she's an in-the-water start. So we just waited a little bit longer at the beginning there for her to be ready to go. As the girls charging down the pool here. And first to touch on the wall from lane 8, Minami Kubo there. She looks up to see her time of a 35.49. Grace Ryder finishing there in a 41.17. Keep an eye out to see which of these girls can pack it up. They had a massive program yesterday, and a lot of them repeating and racing almost every event, if not all 4 of these events today. How many can get some more personal bests on the board?
And speaking about a personal best, Madeline Fox there taking off 6 seconds from yesterday's swim. As we have our last athlete, Laura Stobie from Melbourne Swimming Club. She set a time yesterday of a 1:57.64. So she's going to be chasing that as she comes underneath the flags with 5 metres left to swim. Laura is a SB7 athlete. And takes a lazy 10 seconds off yesterday's heat swim.
I was
10
thinking
seconds.
watching it, it looked a lot faster than yesterday. She had a lot higher stroke rate there, so that just goes to show how, I'm not going to say easy it is to drop off time, but if you can execute a race better to your race plan in those sprints, maintain that higher stroke rate, look at what can happen.
I think my favourite thing there was the girls that had finished cheering on Laura. Such a great camaraderie between the girls in that race. You could hear them over there cheering, so it's really great to see.
And now it's the boys' turn, so we kick off with our 16 and under boys final for the men's 50-metre breaststroke for multi-class athletes. Same again, these boys just backing it up across this 2-day competition. Heats were swam yesterday and finals swimming this morning for our 2025 Victorian Mattioli State Sprint Championships. Our sprint championships, just 50-metre events for all 4 strokes.
So we do have a number of internal races happening here in our B final. Ming, Lockie and Cooper are all SB14 athletes. Blake and Eli are our SB9s, and Levi and Andrew our SB19 athletes. So some of our athletes will have a different number classification compared to breaststroke and the other 3 strokes, or compared to their breaststroke and maybe the medley classification. So their numbers sometimes are not the same. That's why there's 3 different classifications between the medley, the breaststroke and the other 3 strokes. As our B final for our 16 and under boys hops up onto the blocks. And nice head-to-head racing in the centre of the pool between Andrew, Lockie and Ming as they're charging down through that 25-metre mark, with Andrew leading by about a half body length. So Andrew's a SB19 athlete from Oasis Otters at 16 years of age. So one of the more experienced athletes in the field with Lockie, a fellow 16-year-old. As they come into touch, it will be Andrew who touches first, ahead of Lockie and Min in third. Strong finish there from Cooper. And Eli Kerr will round out this opening heat in lane 7 from Warrnambool, just under his time, with Blake from Traralgon, our 10-year-old, so our youngest competitor in lane 1, chasing his 1:06 that he swam yesterday, and he's half a second faster once again. So another PB there from Blake, our 10-year-old athlete from Traralgon.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, I think he dropped about 5 or 6 seconds to do that 1:06 yesterday afternoon. So he's just continuing to blitz those times. As we move on to our seasoned professionals in the multi-class 50-metre breaststroke. This time it's the 17 and over boys. And we've got 6 athletes in the field here.
And 4 of them 24 or older. So definitely some experience here in this second final, our A final, or our 17 and over final of our multi-class 50-metre breaststroke.
So the boys in the outside lanes not wasting any time, getting up and racing early in the centre. Benjamin Wills, he had a fantastic day yesterday as well. He's looking great here. Nice, low. It's almost like a skipping stone or a skimming breaststroke. He just sits right at the surface and glides along as he comes down under the flags. This is going to be a fast time for him. He swam a 36 yesterday, and today he's gone under that to hit the wall in a 35.93. James Logan there finishing in second at a 40.49 onto the wall, and Calvin Tran follows him in at a 42.62.
So Benjamin looked pretty happy with his time there. Couple little fist pumps as he concluded. As we're now going to move on to our fourth and final stroke with event 62, the girls 11 and under 50-metre freestyle.
Now, I do just have to point out something, and it might sound slightly biased as I am involved quite heavily within the Melbourne Swimming Club, but they actually have 7 girls out of the 10 swimmers in this final, and I think that just goes to show how important those friendships and relationships are. If you can develop those early on, it creates these bonds within training that you can push one another and end up with a final that looks like this.
Yeah, I also think that being able to race and train against girls that are your age, you're all making a final. You can grow and develop together as a group and push each other to go into your 12-year-old age group, 13, 14. And I think that that's what keeps a lot of young swimmers in the sport, is knowing that you have your competitive friends there as a group to move through the ranks with.
Yeah, we definitely swim for friendships as much as we swim for performance, so it's always great to have that support alongside you in training as our 11 and under girls step up onto the blocks for the final of the 50-metre freestyle. And it is a nice even start across the field. Swimming really well in lane 9. Claire Zhang probably led through that 10-metre mark, but now starting to emerge in the middle of the pool as Mariella Simmons. So Mariella is just leading through that 25, just ahead of Abigail Chan. So those two are starting to pull clear of the field, but Angelina Shang is not going away either. So as we come to the finish, a tight finish, but it will be Mariella who takes it out in 29.35. Angelina, strong second 25 to move into second place, and Abigail Chan in third.
I cannot believe we've just had 4 11-year-olds go under 30 seconds. I think that it's a bright future in that group right there.
It certainly is, and they're such a great group of athletes too. They have a lot of fun at training. They're loud. They get around each other. At the end of all their sessions, there's high fives. And I think they're going to come through and just continue to progress each and every year, because some of these girls, they aren't even our best ones.
Yeah.
We've still got athletes away from this age group. So I'm really, really keen and excited to see what the future holds for these girls. And if you look at them as they get out of the pool, they're all waiting for one another and giving each other massive, massive hugs. And that's my favorite part of being part of this sport.
I'm just a bit worried that they've the speed that they're talking at now if they were actually trying in that race. The words per
Oh, no,
minute,
they speak more at training.
the words per minute that have been coming out post-race is very impressive under fatigue.
We'll turn them into 200 freestylers in no time.
Then they won't be talking.
Yeah.
We definitely know that the boys 11 years and under category will be a little bit quieter. It'll take a little bit longer to learn to talk as much. Not sure if we ever get there.
Yes,
Same.
just look at the difference behind the blocks.
Yeah.
The girls, chitty-chatty. The boys, hands by their side, looking down the lane, probably a little bit more focused.
I feel like that's what ends up happening anyway. I remember in the marshalling room with all the girls, we'd sit there before an Olympic trials final and we'd be yapping away and looking all chilled, and some of the commentators were like, wow, look at this. All the girls are just chatting away and the boys are there with their headphones on in their own little worlds and no one speaks. So I'm not sure that changes from 11 through to your open level.
So Andrew Chan, he's got lane 4. Earlier this morning, we saw him from lane 2 pick up a medal. So we know he's on this morning. We know he's swimming fast. Can he maintain that lead he's got coming into this race?
They are off and swimming now, upstroking. It is lane number 3 there, who seems to be ahead, Caleb Smith. But coming through now, lane 4, Andriel Chan. It's between them, but also having a great swim out in lane 0, Bailey Stone. Just seems to be Andriel at the moment, but for those minor medals, it's anyone's. And it is Andriel 29.90, Zane all the way in lane 8, 30.06, and our third place there, Ryder Telford, 30.19.
So Zane used that success in that 50 breaststroke that he had to capitalise and smash, taking over a second off his time from yesterday, which was already a big swim. Massive drop there, nearly challenged that 30-second barrier to sneak the silver medal. So those 11-year-old boys were on fire today. Some massive PBs across all 4 strokes as they've concluded their action here at the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Sprint Championships as we move along to the girls 12 years 50 freestyle for their last event of the program.
I think that just shows the depth we have in those junior girls as well, though. If you look at only one of the boys was able to break that 30-second barrier, and we saw previously about 5 of the girls do the same thing. And if we look to even our 12-year-old girls, we've got Jemana Fahmy in lane 4, who's sitting around 28.0. So she could actually crack under that 28-second mark, which would be a phenomenal feat as well. And a few more of these girls sitting around that 28 mark, and a few who are looking to break 29 here. So the girls are on.
And that is a good chance to talk about that H2O Grow program that was out here at the state championships. Everyone grows and develops at different rates. And as a general rule, the females do develop a little bit quicker. Definitely maturity-wise they do. So that's probably why they're ahead at 11.
And we are up and racing. No surprise, Jemana Fahmy in lane 4. She was quick off the start, beautiful underwater. She's already out in the lead. Zoe McCauley up right alongside her, just breathing away. We won't see too many more breaths now with 10 metres left to swim from the girls. And Jemana is absolutely charging. Amelia Broughton in 5. She shifted her way into that silver spot. And Jemana there, 27.70. Amelia finishes in second, 28.16, and Zoe McCauley in third, 28.49.
Absolutely fantastic swim from Jemana. But just as a little bit of a reference, in 2010, for the Victorian record, Gemma Slitt went 26.81. 26.81 at 12. That is incredible. So, Gemma, wow, that's all I can say.
I know, we just had a sneaky look before that race thinking, oh, you know, Jemana could be close, and I turned the page and went, whoa.
I'm surprised you don't remember that.
Yeah.
You're probably in the race.
Yes, no, Gemma was a great freestyler that time. I think will stick around for a while.
As we're now moving along to event 65, the boys 12 years 50-metre freestyle. So we've seen Archie Smith put on a display today. He swam really well across all his events, and he does have the centre lane here, but he's going to be challenged from all sides of the pool here. There's some very competitive boys in the 12-year-old age group. We know Lachlan Bull likes a race. We know Lincoln Hall likes a race. We know Andrew Wang likes a race. We know Thomas O'Toole likes a race. So there could be action coming from any of these lanes right across the heat here in our final of our boys 12 years 50 freestyle.
I think if Archie, we've seen him get away well and truly very fast on the underwaters and have a lead from early on. If he can get out quickly to 25, he's got a really great chance of going sub 27. He was 27.01. I think that's definitely going to be what he's looking for, to look up on that board, see that 26. And I feel these other boys will be just trying to get dragged along with him and do the biggest personal best they can do.
So now we're starting to get to that 12-year-old age group in our freestyle. Breath control starts to become important. So we're looking for those athletes probably not to breathe in that first 15 metres, definitely not to breathe flags to the wall on their finish. So really, you only have a chance, if I'm being generous at a 12-year-old, maybe for 5 breaths in the 50.
I think you're being quite generous.
Very generous.
So it would be better if we're seeing them down around that sort of 2 to 3 breaths over this 50. And that's something that you do need to develop and practice. You can't just dive in and do your first 50 and try and hold your breath for as long as possible while still swimming fast.
Yeah, and this is something that these athletes are going to be working on throughout the course of the season with their coaches about when they're going to actually execute those breaths. It's all planned out. It's only a 50-metre event. It's one lap, but every part of the race is so technical. They're going to know exactly how many dolphin kicks they're doing off the start. They're going to know when they're taking their first breath, the second, and when they take their final breath. Usually around 12, I would say probably 3 is where I would like to see my athletes. So 1 around that 20-metre, 15 to 20-metre mark, 1 at about the 35, and then 1 just before they come under the flags to keep their head down onto the finish. And then timing and nailing that finish is obviously super important. We've seen that throughout the day with some equal races and then a few races separated by only 1/100th of a second. So let's see what these 12-year-old boys can do here in the final of the 50 free.
And up and stroking, it was lane 4 there. Archie Smith, who was up fast in these underwater. There's 25 to go, and it is lane 4 at the moment, but lane 3 and 2, Andrew and Evan as well coming through. Lane 5, Lincoln. It is going to be a tight finish. 26.89 there from Archie, 27.2 from Lincoln Hall, and Andrew Wang 27.44. That was a phenomenal race. I couldn't really pick the minor medals.
That
there.
was so spicy. That was way tighter than even I could have expected or anticipated, and that's what I love so much about finals.
So our 12-year-old athletes have now concluded their state sprint championships, as we're going to move on to event 66, the girls 13 years 50-metre freestyle here at the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Sprint Championships. Once again, we're seeing the importance of good skills. A number of these athletes in this field are really, really strong at their underwaters, maximising their dolphin kick and using that speed that they generate underwater, transition through the surface and carry it into their swimming speeds. It is hard to pick who's going to be the leader at the 15, let alone at the finish, as a number of these athletes are so strong on those underwater dolphins.
Yeah, I mean, Tiffany Miette in lane 3 is a name that comes to mind quite often when I think of underwater skills at state age. She really showcased that. I was actually just momentarily ago having a little chat with her, asking her about Christmas and New Year and what she's been up to, and she's very one of those quiet, conserved athletes, and I think she was just saving all of it for this race.
She's definitely not going to have it all her own way underwater. Henrietta, Imogen, Lucy, Megan will all challenge her through that first 15 metres. And it is Henrietta who stays under the water the longest, but it is a nice even start across the field through that 25. Nothing's to separate 7 of our athletes. Swimming really strongly in lane 8 is Elsa Wang, and she leads through that 35-metre mark. Will we have someone in lane 8 take this state title out? But now in the centre of the pool is coming Henrietta. So Henrietta, Elsa, go to the wall together, and it is Elsa Wang in 28.25. Henrietta in second, and Imogen Murray in third. Very, very strong swim there across the field. Elsa maintained that speed through the middle 25 there and held on to it at the finish to take out that state title in 28.25. 5/100ths of a second ahead of Henrietta from MLC Aquatic.
Yeah, that's really exciting for Elsa. I mean, it's exciting for anyone to sneak a medal from lane 8, let alone a gold. And she had a bit of a rough season, started coming through it towards the end of the year, finally got some personal bests at state age championships, and that's a really nice moment for Elsa there.
Some very close racing in our last stroke of this morning. That race being one of the closest that I think we've seen today and the previous one, and I'm loving seeing these younger athletes getting out there and racing each other, getting their hands on the wall first from any lane across the pool. As we move on now to our boys 13-year-old 50-metre freestyle, and I think this is also going to be a really good one. Ishak in lane 4 there, going quite fast, 26.15. Are we going to see maybe a drop under that 26?
I think it's very, very possible here. The boys in this age group are so competitive with one another, and this is the last race of the day. So every last little bit of energy that they have remaining in their body is going to be put into this 50-metre freestyle. Hantang has been so good as well. I will imagine he'll actually come up and challenge Ishak. We've also got Xavier Gray. He snuck under that 27 mark yesterday, and I think there's going to be a few more boys who we'll probably see hit that 26. And I would love to see the 25. I would love to see it.
I think 25 at 13 years of age would be absolutely phenomenal. So we'll see if these boys, they're definitely competitive. We can see it every time they get behind the blocks. They've been racing each other for the last couple of years, and it's just great to see them up there race after race after race. As Kalia just said, it's the last one. So a little bit of bragging rights on this one.
And 50 freestyle, it's kind of like that prestigious race almost, you know. I think you could consider yourself king of the pool a little bit. You know, we've seen Cam McAvoy on the world stage, such a stellar performer in just this 50-metre event, and we have quite a history of 50 freestylers. So we're starting them young at 13, and let's see what these guys can do.
And off they go for their last 50 of the day. And it is even across the field there. These boys are really taking it to each other. Lane 4 at the moment. Ishak starting to lead a little bit. He's pulling away, but not letting him go too far is Hang Tang in lane 5. He's starting to move through. It's going to be between those two boys. Who will it be? It will be Ishak 25.87, Hang Tang 25.89, and following them Daniel Collins 26.74. That was an absolutely phenomenal race between those two boys. and they did get that under 26.
I absolutely just loved that Huntang just patted Ishak on the head like, well done, mate.
Well done. You got me.
I'm coming at you next time, though.
And he really was, though. I mean, gosh, you give it 10 more centimetres of that race and I think it might have gone the other way.
It was impossible to pick underneath that flags. We've had 2 dead heats for medals. Will we get a third? We're getting very close. We've had a number of .03s, a number of .02s, a number of .01s. So we'll see if our 14 through 19 and overs can produce one more dead heat for a medal.
You know, the action is definitely not slowing down here. We've got Azia Fong-Sutton from Bendigo East in lane 4. She did 27.00, so she'll be looking to crack under that one. See her 26 on the board, and then the 2 girls outside of her are sitting right around that 28 low. In fact, the 4 girls outside of her are within about 0.1 of a second of one another. So it's going to be another close race. I mean, I'd be afraid to try and pick this one.
So emerging in the lead is Azia Fong-Sutton in lane 4, and she's pulled out a strong margin in that first 25. She's out to almost a half body length. Really tight battle for second between Zara Jeffrey and Zara Olawani. So the Zaras are battling for second and third. Also swimming well is Phoebe Balcom in lane 7, but it is all Azia Fong-Sutton who's going to take this out comfortably in a 26.90. Zara Olawani gets the touch for second with Phoebe Balcom. We promised another dead heat, and we delivered.
I love it when the girls just do what we ask.
It's absolutely great to see. We keep saying that we want these athletes to, you know, drop under that 27 or drop under that 28, and we keep seeing them do that, which means they are progressing from yesterday's heats and improving in these finals, which is where it counts.
It's obviously just us, you know, wishing it into existence, I think.
Well, my question is, do we ask for another dead heat now?
I think we just keep asking for more and more and wait until it doesn't unfold.
So a really strong swim there from Azia. So it's just really underwater's popped up in the lead and was just able to maintain that good stroke length, good power in her stroke. She just slightly creep away from the rest of the field.
It looked super controlled, and that's what we've been saying all day. It's got to look easy, it's got to look long, it's got to be a fast rate but holding the water. And yeah, I think that was a really nice execution of all of those things.
We keep talking about the starts being a vital part of the 50s, and I think that what Azia does really well is carries her speed from the underwater through her breakout. So her first couple of strokes is actually where she really gains the speed and the distance on the other girls. And I think that we keep saying, you know, underwaters and starts, but that sort of first couple of strokes is so important in a 50.
Yeah, that transition from underwater work. No point having fantastic underwaters if you can't transition into those first few strokes. It's all about maximising that speed, coming through at the correct angle, taking that first stroke at the correct time, and transitioning from your dolphin kick to your flutter kick in that freestyle as you're popping through the surface, carrying that speed, not taking an early breath, so you can maximise both your underwater speed and your surface speed.
So as you can hear, there's a lot of complicated things in a 50.
Yes, there is a lot going on. But then again, in a 200, really, you have to do all those things just 4 times.
You do, but you get a couple of chances to improve. If you know, I remember, you know, you definitely know when you've stuffed up a start or a turn and go, oh, I better not do that on my next 3.
Yes, the window and the time frame you have to fix mistakes is certainly limited in a race that for some of these athletes is over in 25 seconds. And in our next event, the boys 14-year-olds, we might even see one finished in less than 25 seconds. Julian Birch going in lane 4, went 25.07 yesterday. He'll be looking to try and crack under that 25-second barrier. And then on the outside of him, just 2/100 separates second and third, Liam Paulson and Alfie Conterno, sitting around that 26.0. So they'll also be trying to break the 26 barrier. And there's all these mini races going on within the main race.
And the number of slaps per swimmer has definitely increased as we've got to the boys 14 years 50 freestyle. Slapping legs, slapping chest, slapping lats, slapping just anything that can be slapped behind the blocks.
As long as it's not each other, I think we're all good.
It's almost like if someone's slapping next to me, I have to join in the fun.
Do you think there's that battle of who gets the last slap in?
Yeah,
Oh,
100%.
definitely.
I think that's half the reason they do it. It's a little bit of a mind game, I think.
Cheeky one as you get on the blocks. Those pre-race rituals, though, are really important and individual for each athlete as well. As the boys get ready to go here, the 14-year-olds 50 freestyle, and they're away and racing. I think we're going to have another good one on our hands. It was a fast start out in lane 9 by Leo Nolan on that underwater, but executing a fantastic first 15 metres was Julian Birch, swimming out of lane 4, and he's just increasing that lead. The fight for second really close. Starting to pull away is Alfie Conterno and Liam Paulson. They are up there for the medals, but it is all Julian, and he does get that 24.95 to take the win there. Liam Paulson 25.59 and Alfie 25.67. Yes. So they've done it. They've done exactly what we asked for again.
They're doing well.
I'm just wondering what we should ask these 15-year-old girls coming up for now. Because whatever we ask, they deliver. But no, really strong swim there from Julian. Looked comfortable, in control, technically superior, and that showed that he was able to maintain that speed, especially through that last 15 metres into the wall. Strong swims from both Liam and Alfie to go under that 26 barrier as well.
And they smashed it too. It wasn't even 0.9. It was well under, so some big drops for the finals. Still this morning.
We are still this morning.
Pumping along here as we move along to event 70, the girls 15 years 50 metre freestyle. A number of fantastic races in this field. Zara Reynolds under that 28-second mark in the heat to capture lane 4, but the race will definitely be on in this finals session. A number of chances to challenge her for the gold medal. So coming up furthest down the pool is Celeste Cheng in lane 5, just behind Zara. Zara leads through the first 25 ahead of Elizabeth Mack. But it is a very tight race with Alyssa Meddings now moving into the lead at that 35-metre mark. Zara's recaptured the lead with 5 metres to go. Can she hold on and take out the title? She does in a 27.81. Celeste in second, Elizabeth in third. Once again, some fantastic racing there from our 15-year-old girls in the final of the 50-metre freestyle here at the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Sprint Championships. So there was about 4 or 5 lead changes there in that 50 freestyle for our 15-year-old girls. But it was Zara who was able to get her hand on the wall first. She was the fastest qualifier. She swam under 28 seconds yesterday. She did it again, going 0.1 of a second faster this morning in the final to take out that gold medal as we're moving along to event 71, the boys 15 years 50 metre freestyle.
We spoke yesterday about Caden Gill holding the Victorian record here, 23.25, and how close Bart could get to it. He went 23.81 yesterday afternoon, so not a bad time, to be honest.
I just want to see if Caden is looking nervous on that side, the far side of the pool. He's looking pretty relaxed at the moment.
He looks like he's watching the cricket on his phone or something, to be honest with you.
No, he's checking out the splits of his swimmers. So Caden is coaching at South Gippsland Bass. He's just doing a little bit of talking to his swimmers, but he's looking relaxed. He's not looking too nervous, whereas Bart is definitely looking focused and excited, just getting a little bit of encouragement as well from his competitor from Ivanhoe Swim, Eli Billman. So that pre-race sportsmanship being shown by our 15-year-old boys in this final here. But now Caden's tuned in a little bit of a smile on his face now as he realises which event is up next. And that record, he's definitely focusing down the far end of the pool, but he's also going to be looking as one of the South Gippsland Bass swimmers is competing in this event out of lane 7, William Simmons.
Yeah, so the biggest difference I felt yesterday in the heats was the first 25. Bart was already out in front and leading the way in his heat, well and truly, almost a body length within 10 seconds of the race due to those underwaters. Now he's next to Eli, who's also a great underwater executionist, so we'll expect to see it a little bit closer in the first half of the race here, and then hopefully Bart can start to pull away. I've seen him go a 23.6 before, so I know he's got a little bit more to give there. Let's see what he can pull out this morning.
And they're off and in the water. Up and stroking are the two boys in the middle there, Eli and Bart. But look at Bart start to pull away now from Eli. Eli and Liam beside him, but it looks like it is Bart all the way. That third medal, though, up for grabs from anyone in the pool. And it will be Bart, 23.71. Second place, Eli Billman, 24.49. And getting third there, Matthew Moran, 25.55. That third place was quite literally anyone's in that pool there. It was a blanket across the rest of the field from our leaders.
Yeah, 5.5 for third, 5.6 for fourth, 5.7 for fifth. And then 5.63, so not even that much further behind, was sixth, and another 3/100ths to seventh.
Hence why I couldn't pick it.
Absolutely nothing. Pull out the magnifying glass on the screen there, I think.
No,
great race.
Absolutely great race.
As we move along to our girls' 16 years 50-metre freestyle. Once again, I expect this race to be very competitive across the field. We had Gabriella and Ava under that 28-second mark with Yusi in yesterday's heat session. We'll see if anyone else can join them. So those three look to be the favourites for the medals. But
yeah, I mean, I'm going to keep my eye on a few of these outside lanes. I'm looking at lane 7 in particular. Jessica Whiting looked so good in the butterfly earlier today. I'm keen to see what goes on here because I think we might have maybe a little bit of a shake-up in those middle lanes. We'll see as the girls get underway, and it's super close off the start of the race, as always in 50 freestyle. Not a lot separating them. Gabrielle King looks to be just out in front, but the girls out in these outside lanes are definitely up there. Ava Candy, Eve Anderson also up in the mix. It's going to be close as they come down under the flags. Looks like Gabrielle still has that lead, but just narrowly, and she will get her hand on the wall first there. They've gone quite a bit faster than they did yesterday. 27.51 for first, Ava Candy in second, 27.56, and Eve Anderson in third, 27.66.
So
just
1/100th
of a second faster than fourth.
5 athletes within 0.2 of a second there. So it was really close, first through fifth. As we expected, fantastic racing to conclude the 16-year-old girls' action here at the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Sprint Championships.
Starts though. The first person at 15, first person onto the wall.
So we're now going to move along to the boys' 16 years 50-metre freestyle. And once again, action aplenty. We've got Adonis, Max, George, Lachlan, all sub-25. And it'd be tough to pick it out of those athletes, but I don't think you can count out Owen in lane 2 either.
Yeah, Owen's had a really good morning today. He's looked super strong and really powerful. Adonis loves the 50 freestyle, though. He really is going to go out after this. And George, I think they're just going to have to try and chase him because we know he's going to get off to a good start. And then obviously Matt's in lane 4. I mean, he went the fastest yesterday, so how can you ever discount the fastest qualifier?
So you would expect George to lead at that 15-metre mark. It's a question, is his swim speed enough to maintain that lead that he should gain over the others through that first 15 metres? We know Adonis is going to come hard. We know Max is going to come hard. We know Lockie's going to come hard. We know Owen's going to come hard.
And it's all going to happen within a span of 25 seconds. I'm so excited. I'm just ready to go.
So our final of our boys' 16 years 50-metre freestyle. So underway here. And it is a nice even start across the field here for our final of our boys' 16 years 50 freestyle. Slightly in the lead is Max Hussey now through that 25-metre mark. George Huang's trying to hold on to that strong underwaters he had. He's holding down second place. Adonis is coming really strong in this second 25. Max is holding on to the lead and will take it out in 24.34. Adonis in second and George in third.
So we're going to now turn our attention to the 17-year-old girls 50 freestyle. We are getting very close to our last race of the morning, or our final session.
And I tell you what, this might be our closest one yet.
Oh.
All girls, all 10 of them on 28.
So far they've delivered us 3 fantastic races, the 17-year-old girls. So I expect them to deliver once more here in our freestyle. The winner could come from anywhere.
Always high expectations from the commentary team. We want more.
And they're off and swimming now. The best of the starts there coming from lane 5, India. But as we thought, it's all girls across the field. India and Farida at the moment, but here comes lane 2, Catherine Boyle. Lane 4, 2 and 5 look to be the leaders at the moment. And it will be Farida 27.69, India 27.91, and getting third there, Catherine Boyle 28.01.
Very strong swimming across the field, but I'm actually almost a little bit disappointed. That was the that was almost the most predictable outcome. You know, 2 centre lanes getting first and second, then a lane 2 getting up for third. That's a bit boring for our 17-year-old girls.
You didn't get what you wished for.
I mean, the times were good. Let's be fair. They were big drops from yesterday.
Yeah, really strong swimming across
We'll accept
the board.
it. We'll accept it.
It's just, you know,
We'll allow it.
up until now, you never know. Is it lane 8? Is it lane 1? Is it lane 4? Lane 3? But they finished off with a bit more of a regulation race, as we'll call it, as we're going to now move along to event 75, the boys 17 years 50-metre freestyle. As the weather does make a little bit of a turn here.
I did look up for a second and think, can I feel rain?
It has changed conditions here at Melbourne Sports and Aquatic Centre. We've had 16 hours or 24 hours of very hot weather, if you include yesterday.
We are in Melbourne. You do have to remember that.
At some point, it's going to change.
Alrighty, the boys 17-year-olds are ready to get underway, and they are in the water, up and racing quickly. Middle lanes, as always. It was a good start, though, from Darcy Connell in lane 8. He's had a nice meet as well. Swimming through quickly on the far side in lane 2. Thomas Southern also looking good, but here come those middle lane swimmers. Nicholas Kearns, he's pulled himself into the lead, and it's that nice inverted V shape as we go through onto the touch there. 24.24 for Nicholas Kearns to win. Tian Berger touches in second, 24.52 on his return to the pool, and Dmitry Sorokolatov in third, 24.57.
So that concludes our 17-year-old action as we're now moving on to our senior experienced athletes. As the next event in the program is event 76, the girls 18 years 50-metre freestyle. So can Alana Torrance go 4 from 4? She is going to be challenged by Mia Yo, Skylar Hay. Definitely is not going to have it her own way here in this 50 freestyle for our 18-year-old girls. So our 18-year-olds are underway here in the final of the 50-metre freestyle. Popping up in the lead is Alana Torrance in lane 4, just ahead of both Mia and Skylar on either side of her. Skylar is taking it up to her in this first 25. Mia's not far behind. Through that 35-metre mark, it's still Alana just ahead of Skylar, but Skylar is coming really strong in this last 15. Will Alana be able to hold on? Skylar Hay is finishing very strong and does take it out. 27.08. Alana Torrance in second and Mia Yo in third.
I can't believe they didn't break 27.
Damn.
Obviously kidding. They've dropped off about 0.3 seconds from the heats yesterday.
Not bad.
So Alana couldn't complete the set there. Only 3 golds and a silver, with Skylar dethroning her there.
Only. Key word there, only.
Only 3 golds. As we're now moving along to event 77, the boys 18 years 50-metre freestyle.
Seen a few of these boys already today. Got their last race here now. And they are off in the water racing. It's a great start there from Daniel in lane 5, and it is close between lanes 2, 3, 4 and 5 at the moment. I can't pick it ever so slightly in lane 4 there. Lane 5, and it will come down to the touch, and it is Daniel 24.69, second there 24.92. And Jacob in lane 4, 24.97. It was definitely a close race there. I could not pick that.
And really nice to see the top 3 going sub 25. No one did it yesterday, so for having 3 go under there, that's always a good little feeling as well.
So we're flying through the action here to complete the freestyle events. We're now moving on to the girls 19 and over 50-metre freestyle. In the centre of the pool, Tara Kinder is going to be challenged on either side, so we'll see how fast this centre of the pool can go in this 50-metre freestyle final.
Yeah, I definitely think this will be an interesting one. Nazia swam really well yesterday. We saw some room for improvement in a few elements of this 50 freestyle. Tara staying under the longest there off the start. Didn't get off to the best one though. That was Mackenzie House in 3, one of our visiting athletes. She was up and racing swiftly. Sitting in second is Nazia, but Tara just starting to make her way through the field now as it tightens up between those top 3. They're stroke for stroke into the wall, and it will be Nazia 26.53. She'll take the win there just ahead of Tara Kinder 26.63, and Mackenzie will finish in third, meaning our third Victorian will be Sasha Jones in a 27.40.
So another great race there to conclude the action for the girls 19 and over 50 freestylers. We're now moving along to the boys 19 and over 50 metre freestyle. So we're seeing Nicholas Leighton make his first of 2 freestyle appearances. He's in with a good chance here, but I'm going to think the winner is going to be under 24 seconds. So it'll be interesting to see how many of our athletes here and our boys 19 and over 50 metre freestyle can swim under that 24-second mark. Because that's probably what it's going to require to take the title out. Cameron Bladen was the only one under that mark yesterday, 23.89. The weather conditions has changed. It's cooled off a lot here as our boys hop up on the block. So underway here in the final of the boys 19 and over 50 metre freestyle. It is Nicholas Leighton who leads at that 15 metre mark just ahead of Cameron Bladen. Those two lead through that 25 metre mark. Ewan Smith in lane 3 is not going away. Also swimming really well out in lane 1 is Tannen. So it's a tight race with 5 metres left to go. It does look like Cameron's just edged ahead and will take it out in 23.92. Ewan Smith touching out Nicholas Leighton, getting revenge for that 50 butterfly in the battle for the minor medals.
So we've got 4 finals left. 4 finals left for our 2025 Mattioli Victorian Sprint Championships, at least for the next 11 months.
Yes. Some of the athletes swimming in their age group here will still be swimming in their age group in November.
That's how maths work.
Yeah. Thanks, Nick.
I'm glad you said that because I don't understand maths at all, unless it's purely time-based and swimming related, or multiples of 25, 50, or 100.
And we are off with our B final of our women 50 metre freestyle multi-class. This is our 16 and under at the moment. The girls really have done a great job the last sort of 24 to 48 hours. They've done lots of races and this will be their last one. And coming down to the wall there, touching first Evie Lee. We'll wait to see the girls on whether or not they get the closest to their world record for their points.
Scarlett Morgan looked very excited there over in lane 1, so she's obviously happy with her performance, doing a small PB.
And my, how the scenes here at MSAC have changed dramatically between yesterday and today.
So we will be having a small break due to the weather. We have lightening in the area, so we are going to be taking a small recess before we conclude our last 3 heats.
Finals.
We almost got
3
there.
finals.
We all did see the weather coming in on the radar and thought, we'll get there.
We tried to race it.
So we'll leave you to look at the beautiful scenery.
The beautiful scenery here.
And we'll join you again shortly when the weather passes here for Swim Victoria's coverage of the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Sprint Championships.